I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me. I'm getting brutally slaughtered. No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Ooh, was that a triple collab? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh! What did I do? What? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Anything. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Yo! What's up, guys? I don't know if you've... What's up, Mac? What's up, Nathan?
Hello there.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have some new rewards. So, yeah, you can check those rewards out. For the next 3 weeks. Jesus. Why don't you have them for the next 3 weeks? Alright, what were we doing? I don't remember. Oh, I think I wanted to train them all up. The only thing is Aladdin, Tofu, and Ice all die to Rock. Which isn't that good, but... Other than that, this team is looking okay. Not week, I mean days. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Veterans Day is a reason... That's off to advance. Veterans Day is the reason that my my sister is not my brother doesn't have school and stuff. Alright, let me wear the thing. Which hat? You have to tell me which hat, bro. Taco. Taco hat it is. Yo. What's up?
Hello there.
Angel. How'd your surgery go, bro? This is gonna be practicing a lot here. If you beat the Ender Dragon on stream, I'll use birthday money to gift subs. I don't think I'll be able to, but what day is your birthday again? Like what weekday? Also, do I use Ice? No, where should I train Ice? I'm good, kinda. That's good to hear, kinda. I hate why not. So stupid. Pokemon's mad annoying. Saturday. Ah, yeah, we could probably do some Minecraft. I think I think there's something going on in my house on Saturday, but we'll stream for a bit for sure. That Friday will work? Oh, I don't stream Fridays. And then this Friday, my cousin's coming over. Ooh. Oh, I don't have anyone with Rock Smash on me. I can't smash. Do I have anyone with Dig? Hey, he's level 20. Can we dig our way out? Hey, we can. Let's go. I don't know where to train him. Let's go. I think here is fine. I already don't remember. Level 4. They messed up my stitching, so now I'm cut worse than before. Jesus. That sucks. I hope they fix it. Because I know you do the vids. My grandma bought me... Yeah. Beyblades? Hell yes. Bring them Thanksgiving break. I used to be in love with Beyblades. Back in the day. Oh. Beyblades are the best, especially the old ones. True. I agree completely. I'm a boomer, so of course I would agree, but... Beyblades were the shite. I was a Beyblade kid before you guys were even born. Actually, kind of true, probably. What level Pokemon are here? 6. Yes, 6 should be fine. No one's gonna die from level 6 Pokemon, right? Is it enough XP, though? It's safe enough. For of course you can't smash it because you're a bottom. You're getting smashed. Beyblades? Wait, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about with smashing? Oh, Beyblades. Me and my friends have tourneys. You're lucky. I didn't have friends. No, I had friends. But not that had tournaments with me. I would play Beyblades against myself. Sometimes with my cousin. Then I got a bunch of them for my brother. Because I used to be a good brother. And yeah. Wait, I could just teach him surf. I don't need no brine. Disgusting. I don't need no brine. Brine's a good move, though. Aurora Beam. Bye-bye. It's actually not a bad place to train. Aw, indeed. You know what I mean? Bro, I could smash your mom. Just kidding, I'm sorry. I could super smash bros, but I can't do it that well. Have you guys ever tried smashing your bros? Yeah, me neither. What's a move? Oh, air lace works. We gotta train all our guys to like level 1 billion right now. Especially Ice. He's a sucky suck. Do 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 do. I should have removed this song. It's too slow. I'm so stupid. Used to be a good brother. Ah, I was never a good brother. I used to be a good brother. My brother used to be like, hey, can I have Beyblades for my birthday? And I'll be like, yo, yeah. And I'll just get him Beyblades. That's when I used to make some real money. Not really, but making more than I am now. Which isn't saying much, I suppose. I mean, I'm appreciative, but you know, realistic too. I don't know where to train. I have to train where there's like level 15 Pokemon or something. How about Salanto? Oh no, that's the original town. Think about the stuff that's made on my table. Maybe here is good level Pokemon? I feel like it is. Hey, there we go. Level 16. Yes. I don't even know what the hell Fisk dies to. I'm not taking any risks. Bye. No, so
hey,
you mean you are not
coffee
good brother
breast
no more?
Milk, I mean
yes.
breast milk, I mean breast milk, I mean breast milk. How's y'all's day been?
I mean breast milk. No, you can't get breast milk. Cause I'm not a woman. But I know some women. Fire, rock, steel, fighting. He's gonna die to Volcanion. So we're gonna do something called running away. Maybe we fight in the water. A Mew. Shadow. Oh, he transformed into me. It's kind of sus. What if I rock to him? Oh, why you critical hitted me? This game is such BS. Up and down. Yeah, whammon. I'm not whammon. That Pokemon's cool. I know, right? It's just like a big... Yes! 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 That's, you guys like that? You guys like that? That reward? What's up, Craze?
Hello?
Catcher gay? I can't catch Pokemon. I already caught a Pokemon on that route. You guys like that? You guys like that reward? Nice, right? Yeah. It's such a trolly emo. Oh! Why did he do so much damage? Nope. Run away. Jesus, I don't want to verse this stupid Mew. Yeah. Listen, I'm trying to improve. Day by day, little by little, okay? We got some new rewards today, and you know what? Oh, that was only one of many. All right, let's run away. I'm about to get demolished. Oh, what a perfect place to do. Yo, let's go. Yeah, you can, Nathan. It was a prank, bro. Try restarting your Try refreshing the page. What do you mean you can't see me? 30 seconds of monkey? Press it and see what happens. Or don't press it. Take a photo. What do I do? Press it and see what happens. New rewards, new fun. Write a message that you would like to put on the photo. You don't have points? Oh. Refresh, Nathan. Even though I think you're trolling. I literally typed it in chat. What do you mean? I'm looking at my OBS. You guys could hear me. Jeez. Damn. Yo, you like that? You like that, bro? Isn't that cool? Like that, exactly.
Hi, I'm
Kakashi.
But he'll copy your jutsu chidori. You cry to your
I
mom
copy your
cause I gave you
jutsu.
Kamui sent to a different dimension. Say sorry cause
TTS
you
is loud
in
enough,
detention.
right? Yeah, it is. Say sorry because your ass in detention. You still see black? Bro, I don't know what to tell you. Refresh your page. It's hard to walk. Damn, you need a cane then. Refresh the page.
I'm a sad monkey. This world hates monkeys like me. It's hard to live in this world, being a monkey. But I try to be a good monkey.
You guys like that? You guys like that? Oh, what hat would you want me to... What hat do you want me to play? Put on. You get to decide the hat. On this Of course I fell for that. That was cool, right? You guys like the new rewards? I try to put, you know, quality content for y'all. But that's about it. I was looking into doing some other stuff, but it's a lot of work. I can't tell if Nathan is trolling or not. Hi, I'm Kakashi. I ain't cocky, but I'll copy a jutsu chidori. You cry to your mom because I gave you a boop. Do a kamui, send you to a new goddamn dimension, slap your butt so hard you in detention. Sounds hot. What hat should he put on? I have a lot of hats. I have my Ping Pong Moosters hat. I have like a fedora. I have another fedora. I have like a other type of hat. I got the chicken hat. That's it. Not the monkey one. I'm gonna have nightmares. What do you mean? The monkey one was so good. No, not monkey. You guys didn't like it? The fodra? I don't know if it's actually a fedora. I don't really know what a fedora is, to be honest. Fedora. Fedora. Oh yeah, it is a fedora. Yeah, it is a fedora. I got a blue fedora and a like beige fedora. Which fedora? Sarada. Don't kill him. Oh my god. I'm so scared of Verizon. It's freaking legendary. The monkey looks like my shit on drugs. It looks so good, bro. What are you talking about? And because of the background, because of the green screen, it looks even weirder. We're gonna add some more cool things like that. I don't know when, I don't know how, but one day. There's some other stuff too, but it's better with full screen face. Like I could make my face like, well, I mean, I won't say it. Just in case I'll end up putting it, but yeah. Do we need to endure? Nah, we don't want to endure. The Fodra it is. Yeah, I love my Fodra. Alright, I'll put the blue color one on. I don't know if you guys can see it on top of the taco. You miss player? I don't know, bro. He's probably at work. Jesus, I don't know how I'm balancing this. Can you take a picture of it since I can't see or hear? Bro, did you try refresh? Oh, he can't hear me. Did you try refreshing the page? You can see the hat, right? Oh, it fell. God damn it. Oh. I can't take a picture of it. Oh, there we go. That's good. Can't take a pic now. It is gone. Ooh, that's a good hot combo, actually. Good idea, guys. Hey, Aurora Beam is good on him. Let's just Aurora Beam your butt, bro. What does a Stunfisk do, even? Why do they all have Bide? Jesus Christ. Biden? Haha, I'm so funny. Then I'll redeem it. But you can't... It's all black. You can't see. I'm so confused. Let's go. Out of stock. I think it's on a 10-minute timer, so you guys can't spam it. Or, I think. I don't remember. Oh, I fell. The plan today, by the way, get my Pokemon at high levels and then just demolish everything. Did you know that people in England call a cantaloupe a rock melon? Barack melon? What? A rock melon? Nah, you're lying, bro. People in England are stupid. I mean, what? They call a cantaloupe a cantaloupe. A cantaloupe. What is a cantaloupe? It's a food, right? Like a fruit thingy? I don't know. I don't know many things. I don't know much. I'm just your friendly neighborhood streamer. I'm deadass looking it up. Yeah, I think it's like some fruit. Or something. I know that it's something. I know that much. Yo, I'm demolishing. They actually give decent XP. This is a good place to train. 10 levels below. It's safe enough. Oh. What does he die to? Ice. Does not kill him. Okay. Well, he's dead. It is an off-brand watermelon. No, it isn't. Bro, do I have to teach you what a watermelon is? Come on. This is common sense, bro. This is common sense. I mean, not a watermelon. Cantaloupe. Cantaloupe. Yeah, it looks like a pineapple. Right? Pineapple. Whoa, whoa! That's not the type of pineapple I was looking for. Never mind, it doesn't look like a pineapple. I'm an idiot. And why did I zoom in all that? Oh my god. I zoomed in by accident. Yeah. Bro, what? Bro, you're such a hoe. Sorry, it's just bars. Hey, we got Aurora. These are good Pokemon to practice against too, because they give good XP. And by good, I mean like 2 of them. Also, we have... Wait, do we even need... I just thought of it about this. Do we even need Fairy? Because Fairy has Aurora Beam. Like, it has no moves that we need. Like, Ice already covers all those moves. Ugh, I don't really want her on the team now. We should put her in the daycare. Where she belongs. That sounds so messed up. Caught her in 4K. I'll take it. Wait, what am I doing? Rock Tomb. Shadow Claw. Okay. When something doesn't work, try it again, but differently. Can you like not? Thank you. Jeez, we're training him real fast. He was like level 19. Look at him now. He's level 28. It's freaking amazing. The power of fast forwarding. Jesus, the power of English. Very hard. You just spam the same move over and over. Let's go. Oh, he might actually kill us. Never mind. What a suck. Ooh, swagger? Nope. Nope. Swagger ends in ER. Kinda sus. Hey, killed him in one shot. That's what we need more of. Not that. One shot kills. Just spamming the same move. Over and over. Except here. Here we use Shadow Claw. Let's go. Level 30. I'm gonna let my bar on my phone make a sentence. Do it. Do it, no balls. Nathan, does your thingy work now? There's so many places to rock climb in this game. I just don't know. I don't have access to it yet. Booty boo. I almost used the wrong move. All we need is to get her. Oh, it's a her. I just realized that a bear is a her. I forgot. We need to get her up to level 38. 38. Which should be good. I'm not sure if you don't want to join the raid Ping Pong Masters, but I have to do days to get a good start on the floor. And I got the Glizzy Gobbler from a friend named Junior. And re-rips, it's dragging that I'm... What? That ruined my mental state. Aw. I'm sorry, bro. Imagine you just said your whole address, like, accidentally. And I will get it back on the bus tomorrow. I have no way for you to know if it would take to make you a little less comfortable for your family. It'll take me not much to get more uncomfortable with my family. All I have to do is say some pretty crazy stuff, which I don't want to say right now because I have family in this household. When I move out, I'll say it. If I ever move out. The plan is to move out by next year. Not next year 2022, but next year like August 2022. Well, it's still 2022, but... What's up, Chris? You like my hat? It's double style. It's fedora with taco. That's all the random things. It actually doesn't sound too random, which is kind of cool. What's up, guys? It's Gootrix, man. Back at you again with some Gootrix. Oh, did the thing pop up? Did the welcome message on the top left pop up? Because I really hope it did. I love all the stuff I set up the past few days. Oh my god, my fedora's like freaking out. We're just not gonna verse Volcanion. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. He doesn't evolve, right? His attack is insanely high, I think. Want me to do it again? Sure. What's up, Chris? How's life? Did you start the coding school in Mexico? I mean, like, it's online, but the Mexico thing? Ooh, Slash does, like, 70, bro. Do we take something else out? Nope. Because Slash is just a normal type. Which means it's useless right now. Look at Discord. I don't know if you're seeing this, but type in chat when you do see it. I don't want to see your pee-pee pic, bro. This is what I see right now on both accounts. Twitch? What the hell? No, I don't see that. I don't see that. Maybe restart web browser? I'm on the app. Close and open the app. I don't know Japanese. What kills him? Shadow Claw. I knew that. Yeah, you know what I think about it is that I don't want you to join the world. Jesus, you want me to die? I'll die one day, don't worry. And I got the glizzy of you. That's kind of sus. And I got a lot at the end, and we have some great stuff to do that we are to be on the road for now, so that we are made aware to do days of my work schedule for the summer. But if they can get it in by Wednesday night or Sunday night or tomorrow, I'll get it to you by the end date of your balls, my friend, and we will or your balls. You're really obsessed with balls. And then thar. And you just got some thar over there. Yo, Shadowclaw just demolishes anything except Verizon files. I hear you, but don't see you. That's an improvement. Why don't you see me? What's going on? That's actually weird, because it was after Break My Internet was claimed, right? I wonder why. I don't know. It should be working. Oh my god, that did so much damage. What the hell? Maybe try closing it and opening it again? So it fixes half the problems in life. The hot tub for your balls and the lube and the fleshlight. True. Listen, how do you even know that I have balls, okay? What did I just press? I just pressed the button. I hope you guys could still hear me. Bro, I'm gonna get that disease for the hand. Oh my god. I'm just like spamming the same buttons. Yes, Verizon Fios! Keep popping up, bro. It gives a lot of XP. Gives more than some of these other guys. He's just so strong. I might be able to practice against higher level guys at this point. It seems like if they're like 10 levels above me and they die to everything I have, then it's good. Which, you know, I guess makes sense. Unless it's Agaslash. Oh, Flail! I think that's when you flail. Becomes more powerful the less HP the user has. Nope. It's a normal type. You see me now? Hey, do you hear me though? We just Aurora Beam everyone. We're actually close to level 38 already. I'm kind of surprised. The sad thing is, Fairy sucks, and we can't train her like that. So we're probably just not gonna train her because she sucks butt, and I hope she dies. I think it's a she. You do hear me? Okay, cool. Because you said that you would go to a girl and said, go to the kitchen and make my sandwich, and I said, I got the balls. I don't have a girl. I don't have a girl. Not like girls are something you can have. Well, I mean, I guess if you're a girl, you can have a girl because you could be pregnant with a girl. But if you're a guy, you can have a daughter, and then you have a girl. But I don't know if you would say you have a girl. Anyway, I'm gonna make another one. Okay. Icicle Crash. I don't know what that is. Sharp icicles. Alright, bye Aurora Beam. He's gonna be so much more powerful now if he hits his moves. Look at that. Oh, it's so sexy. What a sexy looking move. Look at that. It's literally just rocks. It just falls. I don't think I've seen that move before. Look at that. It looks so cool. Oh. Great song. This was a joke. Wait, really? You were able to see me and hear me? Bro, how do you troll me when I'm trying to troll you guys? But I did troll you guys, right? You thought my internet broke, right? Isn't that such a cool one? Isn't that cool? Do you guys like that? I think it's cool. You guys better like it. You better. And if you don't, then it's fine. I just got back to work today. You can call Suit tomorrow and let you get it done, and I can give it to you tomorrow. I will be there tomorrow. I'll be there for the next 2 days, and we can go over it with you tomorrow or Friday if possible to give me some glizzy. Gobbler, from junior to work with the wet spaghetti noodles because your girlfriend had a twin sister and got so confused and effed her dad that how it felt to drive a dog to the reality. True! Yo, no one talks about that anymore, bro. I keep getting censored on Facebook because I try to talk the truth. I try to talk about how my girlfriend had a twin sister and got so confused and effed her dad that made, like, it just drove my dog to reality. I try to talk about that, but no one gets it. Come on, I tricked you. You can't say I didn't trick you with that. That looks so good, bro. Come on. Well, don't come on, but, you know. How do you keep missing? There you go. It has like 90% accuracy. I really shouldn't have given him this mood. Move. I want Ice Beam. Can we get Ice Beam? Oh, Ice Beam is special. Is it? Special attack? I don't know. This game is weird. I don't know. Just gonna Shadow Claw. So we have Ice at level 38. Do we want to train Fairy? What does Fairy have? Pink Bow? Oh, that's a good item. Let's give Fairy Pink Bow. Pink Eye? No, just Pink Bow. Alright, she's gonna have Pink Bow. And we're just gonna continue with this. Let's get everyone to level 40, actually, because that just looks better, and it'll make me feel better. Why? Stupid Empoleon. There we go. Fire beats Steel. I'm a genius. I saw the redeem thing pop up, and it was too easy to know it was a redeem thing. No, I know it's a redeem thing, but like it's a redeem thing that looks like it's like it looks cool. Like it looks like you actually broke my internet, you know? Like I know it's a redeem. I could have made it not a redeem thing and just done it myself, but you know, I wanted to share the fun with you guys and make it a redeem thing because I'm like pretty much an amazing human being, but you know, I try not to show off too much. That means every day. How does Rock Smash not miss Rock Tomb, but Icicle Crash miss? And the Looper, not the only thing to say, is the same as a single person, not the most beautiful woman. I have a drawing of the most to be seen by a friend who has been hit by the best of its best in the world. That is a good way for me and my family, and I want you. And I got a good relationship, and you were the one that made you laugh at the same times. When you get it, is full try and get it to you by then. I can get it tomorrow, and then we can get you. That was so sweet, bro. That was so sweet. I can't believe you would say something like that. Oh, I'm paralyzed. Oh, he's dead. It's easy to know you can redeem it, so I didn't react to it, and I thought I can use this for a troll. It's a good troll, right? I could have used it as a troll instead of a redeemable, but I thought the redeemable would be better, because then you guys could actually redeem it and like trick other people coming in. But I guess it does tell you that it's redeemed. But it's still like, I don't know, it's still cool, okay? It's still cool, okay? I spend my blood, sweat, and tears finding that from someone else that made it already. And I just stole it. To be fair, he shared it with people, but yeah. It's, I had to install a bunch of stuff. It was cool, though. Jimi Hendrix, baby. Just go with the Rock Tomb here. Once we reach level 40 here. Oh, Ice beats Stunfisk. What type is Stunfisk? She was walking. Oh, Welsh is walking. Damn it. Through the clouds. Yo, this hat is actually pissing me off. It's like so hard to. I can't move my head with it. But it's fine. I love it. Flies and zebras and movies. And a fairy tales. That's all she gonna give thinks or something. The wind. You guys ever ride with the wind? When I'm sad. Don't fly. It comes to me. Oh, I also found out where the place is for the to get Kingdra. The item is. Okay, I'm not gonna read all that. That's a lot of reading. You have Gizzy, Gobbler, and like every single one, bro. Cock to be a big brain. True. Oh, the J-Hover thing again? I will not play with you, I'm sorry. Anything. I'm just gonna assume this does a lot of damage. And I was right. Bow. Fly, fly on, little wind. Let's go with a Shadow Claw here. Let's go with another Shadow Claw. Boom, baby. That's why we have a freaking Charizard. But you've been riding these nuts. I would never ride your nuts. Not until you're 21. What? I'm just joking. I don't ride any nuts. That's disgusting and wrong. Hey, surf killed him. Can we just surf everything? Hey, we can. Whoa, yeah, little wind. I'm kind of scared to go up against. I don't care. Surf kills him. That was just random though, but that was the last one. The other ones I really liked. This one, I think it's good too. Actually, my voice is kind of getting tired of reading it out loud. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You talk about Gizzy? What? Gizzy gobblers a lot, just like Sleepy. Is it a thing? When I was a little person, no, that's kind of messed up. When I was young, I never said Gizzy gobbler. What did we used to say when we were young? I don't know. I'm taking off these hats. Ugh! Hey, don't take a picture. When I was young, what did we used to say? We didn't say Jizzy, whatever. What did we say? We said, it's brick out here, cuz. Nah, no one really said that. All the cool kids said that in high school. They were like, yo, it's brick. Which means, do you guys know what brick means? It's a New York thing. Only New Yorkers know. Yo, we're about... Okay, can you stop protecting yourself? We're about to evolve Seahorse this episode. Do you think... No, I'm not going to take the risk. He has Magical Leaf. I'm not going to lose a Seahorse before it becomes a Sea Dragon or whatever. Na 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 na. Whoa!
L0
Thank you for the raid.
With 6 viewers.
Look, my face becomes Naruto. I just made that today. Thank you for the raid. Arigatou gozaimasu. Rockily says, what's up? What's up? Rockily. What's up, real men cried in Toy Story 3? True, I cried in that. I legit cried in that. That was such a cry-worthy, I cried. Wait. Lock Lee. I just realized it's Brock Lee. Have a good rest of the stream, mate. Thank you. Oh, you're playing Fire Red and Leaf Green too. I guess you're heading off, so I won't ask any questions, but if you're here for a few seconds, like, what were you playing specifically? For anyone who wants to know, I'm basically a weirdo who plays Pokemon, Nuzlocke a lot, but I'm a noob. And community games from time to time. And that's about it. I should be weird no more now. You're gonna be weird no more? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Angel. But what's up? We're doing a Pokemon Gaia, which is a ROM hack, randomizer Nuzlocke, and now we're just training our guys up because we don't want to reset again. And this is the thing that's wrong with regular Nuzlocke. I just finished a hardcore Nuzlocke, but the thing that's wrong with regular Nuzlocke, it's got Pokemon that you could just over-level, you know? But it's just chill. Hey, just started a randomized Nuzlocke for Fire Red. Nice! I literally just finished a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke for Fire Red. Well, for Leaf Green, but you know, same thing. You're a homo. You spelled your wrong, so what you say means nothing, Angel. Just started. That's awesome. What run are you on? And are you doing a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke or just like a regular one? I say just like, but you know, Nuzlocks are still can be challenging without them being hardcore, especially randomized. Randomized could get annoying out of nowhere, you know. Na, 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 na. I'm still not versing the Verizon files. It's not my fault you're gay. I'm not gay. I'm deeply as a great man named Norm Macdonald has once said, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. Took me 6 runs today just to go through the first gym. Damn, I've got custom rules. Oh, okay. If you got so hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke, I'll check the TikTok soon, Nathan. Hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke generally are like regular Nuzlocke, but they have the additional set mode on. So for anyone who doesn't know, like set mode is when a new Pokemon comes in, you don't have the ability to change. You can only change after that Pokemon comes out.
so you could take damage changing Pokemon. It usually has level caps, which are determined based off the next gym leader's highest level Pokemon usually. And what else do hardcore Nuzlocke have? I don't know. Maybe that's it. I think I'm forgetting one other thing. But I added my own rule last Nuzlocke, which was I can't catch any Pokemon. Actually, just made a video on that. Self-promo, but you know. No, I'm just joking. Well, I'm not joking. It is kind of a self-promo. But yeah, that was cool. Yeah, but what custom rules do you have on yours? I'm curious. To steal some of your... I mean, to get some inspiration for myself. You got Don't Mind Me Lee. I got bars. You don't got bars. I like how Brock Lee... Wait, does everyone call you Brock Lee? Like Naruto? Like from Naruto? Wait, Brock Lee? Rock Lee. Why does... I've been playing Pokemon so much lately, I literally just said broccoli. That could be like a meme. You just have like Brock's face from Pokemon with Rock Lee. I don't know. Set mode, level cap to gem. Oh, bro, you're literally you're playing a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke. That's literally what I just did. That's so cool, actually. Only can use same amount of Pokemon as trainer. Oh, that's very interesting. Only found item use. Cool. Random items. Oh, so you can't buy any items. Yeah, I had random items too, but broccoli. I didn't even think of that. Broccoli, good one. Damn. That's pretty crazy. By the way, everyone is welcome to song request some music for the background. Just, I'm not too big of a fan of rap, but other than that, I'm pretty chill about music. As long as it's TOS, I guess. I don't even know what TOS is on Twitch, but, you know, whatever. With uncertainty. Damn, okay. Now it makes sense that you went through 6 runs just to go through the first gym. That makes sense now. It's harder with randomized too because you can't strategize as much. You just need to have a team that's like can cover more types and stuff, you know. Well, I'm sure you know, but bro, this song again, Angel. I'm probably just gonna skip it. Hey, what's up, Cortez? How are ya? You're not sorry, bro. You don't say sorry and then do something. It's like if you like you saw a kid. And you trip him, and then no, you say sorry, and then you trip the kid. Like, does that sorry mean anything? I don't think it does. Done again. I'm probably gonna ban Deep Throat, bro. I don't like that song. It's so stupid. I'm gonna hop off. All right, thanks for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. And yeah, thank you. I'll try to have a good rest of the stream. I definitely will now. Guys, check out Lockley. He's also doing a hardcore randomizer fire red. What's it called? Nuzlocke. So, yeah. And he just raided. Or she. Sorry. I'm not sure. Okay, it looks like he. I clicked on your profile pic. Undertale Spider Dance. The song is the best? No, this song is better. Come on, this song's good. Have a good one, Luckily. What I've done. Oh god. This is Deep Throat, right? No! I don't like it. The vibes aren't good for that song, bro. If the vibes were good, like if there was like a beautiful man to my left, to my right, and, you know, there was some sexual tension, then that song would be good. I'm just joking, that wouldn't happen. Hey, Justina, what's up, bro? How are you? The Lion King sing-along? See, that's the type of vibes we need here. Look at her. Look at her. She's dancing to the music. She's like, ooh, I gotta add like a dance lights. Dance lights. When there's a good song to like just, you know, dance. I don't know if I could do that. I'll try my best. We added some new rewards. which are kind of cool, I think. But yeah. Oh yeah, the TikTok. Sorry, I did forget, so I appreciate you linking it again. Pure evil.
You shut up!
That's why your power level is pathetic.
That's why your family's dead. Dead as well. What's their power level? What power level do they have at the ground? That's why you have no grandma. Because she can pray to the god of destruction, bitch. How about that?
So dumb, bro.
Oh, he sleep.
That last one can't be real, bro. That last one's not real.
None of them were real, bro. That's some exaggerated. That's some exaggerated reactions. You guys know that, right? That's all exaggeration. Life is your creation. The music is back. I actually like this song a lot. Can you send this to me on Discordo? If you want. Sounds nice. Wait, you can't hear the music? Is it quiet? Here, is that better? I don't want it to be too overbearing, but let me know if the music's okay now. I made it a little louder. I could hear it nice. It's still quiet? No way, bro. Really? Louder? Okay. How's this? Bro, I put it all the way up, thinking it's gonna blast in your guys' ears and to troll, but it wasn't even that loud. Alright, I'll leave it at this. I'll leave it... I don't want it to be louder than me, because I'm self-absorbed and self-centered. How about this? This is good, right? This is good. This is good? Better? This is good? We'll just say this is good. This is good, right, guys? This is good. Oh, I like this song. This is Stacy. Bro, it's not quiet. Too loud. Ah! Being a streamer is so fun. I actually like this song sounds so like good. Perfect? Hell yeah, let's go. Alright, I don't want fairy. Fairy sucks. So Q deny imposter. Oh. It's not the best words, but it's funny. I'm an LGBTQ imposter. Still funny. I mean still sounds nice. It's not funny. It's messed up, guys. I forgot what I'm supposed to do in the game. I think I'm oh, I was gonna verse the gym. I was gonna verse the gym leader, but I was scared of her levels. Was that what I was gonna do? I feel like that's what I was gonna do. Let's see what she says to me. Welcome to the gym. Yeah. Let's go. Wait, do I have potions? When girls are all around you, do you try not to stare at them? Well, I guess, yeah. PP like this? What's like that? One moment, bro. Let me verse the gym, and then I'll look at it as a price for beating the gym. If I beat it. I don't know what level Pokemon he'll have. I'm kind of scared. Oh, he's gay. Oh, damn. He said they were all flat. It's kind of messed up. The song is so catchy, though. I already... this guy killed one of our guys, I think. What's the timer on the photo thing? Photo thing? It should be like 10 minutes. You should be able to take another photo. It's like 3 seconds. It's like 3, 2, 1, and then the picture takes. I don't know. What to do. I just realized this guy has a mask on. What the heck? Mask on, mask off. Wait, this leads to nowhere. Oh, this is so confusing. I'm an idiot. Oh, it's this way. Bro, why are directions so confusing in video games? What? Where is the gym leader? I mean, like, how much longer? It should say, doesn't it say? Let me see. I'm like almost sure it says. It says for me at least. Take a photo. Oh, it doesn't say. You're right. Nah. You tried it? Oh. Let me see. It sounds cool. Puta? What? That's not what I was saying. Take a picture. Channel rewards. Take a photo. Bro, I have it at 1 second. Wait, I gotta change that. I'm gonna make it 1 minute, okay? I had it at 1 second delay, bro. So, yeah. It should be working. I don't know why. I don't know. It should be working. Hey, don't sleep, bro. Alright, fine, I'll watch it. I had to hit this dance by myself.
Mi corazón con flores, te llevaste mi tristeza con colores, dibujaste la nobleza de la.
At Smash. Where's the gym leader? Jeez. Why isn't it making the sound? Oh, I wasn't ready, bro. Bro, it's so laggy, but it worked. It's pretty cool, right, guys? Isn't that cool? Do you guys like that? Do you guys like that? Wasn't that cool? That's cool, right? Half of you are like, I wasn't even... Oh, the gym leader is right here. I'm an idiot. Ooh, time to beat you, bro. Crime round. Take it from this. Tell Merc's very own Arbok, man. My name's actually Sid. Okay. I did read it. You said I suck cock. Yo, look at you, Sid. You're going... Wait, is that the right button? You... Oh, that is the right button. You're going down, Sid. Get out of my face. I don't know if he's actually going down. We'll see what happens. Ooh, superior. He has a level 40? Jesus. That's kind of scary, actually. We're going to change to Aladdin here. Ooh, Coil could be a very scary move. We're going to Mega Evolve. Come on, Aladdin. Let's go, Aladdin 2. Thanks for the lurk. Arigatou gozaimasu, bro. Sid these nuts? Yeah, I guess so. Come on. How much will Flamethrower do? Come on. Kill him. Let's go. Easy, baby. Easy. What's next? Mareep? What are Mareep, bro? We could use Tofu. Oh, he might have a... Do we just dig with chest? Let's just dig. We're not taking any risks. We're just gonna dig. Bye, Marie. Oh, he paralyzed me. I'm kind of happy I used chest for that. What was the next Pokemon? Was it Esper? Dark Ghost and Bug kill Esper. Dark Ghost and Bug. I think Tofu will be fine here. Because he has Shadow Claw. Yeah, it was Esper. He doesn't have Shadow Claw. Let's just Flamethrower and see what Oh, he faked out. What a fascist. Let's go! Flamethrower is mad powerful, bro. Deoxys? Oh, why do you have a Deoxys? Stepsis, Stepmom, I removed a long time ago. Too much work, bro. I don't know why I removed her. That's his highest level Pokemon, too. Jesus. Deoxys is Psychic, so he'll probably... Psychic is super effective against chest. Prepare. What is this song? And I forgot to evolve Seahorse. No. Wait, Aladdin 2. How will Charizard fare? Charizard dies to Dragon right? Charizard dies to Water Electric Rock. He dies to Water Electric Rock. Let's get Aladdin out here. Oh my god! He used Psychic. It did so much damage. What the hell? How about Tofu? Oh, okay, good. He tried to use a different move. Jesus! Look how much a knockoff did! Oh my god, we got so lucky that Flamethrower... Oh, that we just took him out with one hit. Oh. GG's, bro. Jesus Christ. Yeah, give me that pollution badge, you weirdo. What TM does he give me? Sludge Bomb! Ooh, that's... Makes sense. I'm gonna put Tofu first in case I have to verse my rival or something. No, the last anime character in this TikTok. But where? Oh no, Liga? What? What does the fox say? Ooh, it's old school, bro. Liga my balls, is that what you're gonna say? Stepsis, stepmom? I don't know, bro. I just don't have them. Them. Bro, I've seen this. Oh, the last character? What is this, from a hentai? That is from a hentai! The last character actually is from a hentai. Yeah, it's the hot tub overflow. Anyway. Don't ask me why I know that. I guess you kind of know why I know that. I knew someone would come here. Oh, Punk, perfect timing, look. I knew I would have to fight. They make me fight after every gym battle. He refuses to talk. Wait, did he say Pong? Yeah, bro, I'm well known around these parts. You're the kid that took down Akudo. Oh, he's not gonna verse me. They're trying to awake it at Friar Ruins. Ferrari Ruins. Some dude in silver, big boss appeared, and then they ran away. If I was you, I wouldn't go chasing them. That's all I know. You didn't hear it from me, baby. You wanna be with me? Oh, he didn't say that last part. Yeah, no more free requests, so other people get to put stuff, you know. What is that guy? I saw it in my north. I'll meet you there. Yes, I'll meet you there too. I gotta heal up, bro. Ooh, we're gonna catch some new Pokemon. Let's go. We need new Pokemon. I don't want the stupid fairy anymore. How long is this song? It's so good though. Now I know you failed. No, not November. Please. I knew that anime. I knew that. I'm so happy I knew that. I knew that hentai before. Is that a new emote? That's a great emote. Justina. Nice emote. Damn. You gotta chill with those TikToks. Give me a second, bro. Give me a second. Oh, we've met before. You're Charles's aides. Astounding. You are a protege. Oh, he gives me rock climb. Let's... Oh, yes! Oh, he's like Steven, bro. He's gonna be the champion, watch. Yeah, that's a weird link. I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh, yeah, that's a good hentai. I don't know if that's what I wanted to say, but... Last words that hit hard.
Could you get me?
Wait. No. I don't want any, I'm sorry. I don't want any spoilers here, bro. Bro, I don't want to get into feels either. I don't want any spoilers. I'm sorry, okay? Well, we should first see if anyone can learn this rock climb. And see if it's a good move. If it's worth teaching anyone. Rock climb. 90. It does 90. Only Tofu could learn it. Do I teach it to Tofu? I mean, I could take out... Oh, it's better than Swift. Tofu specializes in special attack, though. So let me check real quick if... Okay, so if I go to Typhlosion, his special attack's actually pretty good compared to his physical attack. And, this move never misses, but this could confuse people. Let's just use Rock Climb. Why does Rock Climb confuse people? We'll just put it on Tofu. F it. Bathtub Overflow? No, it's just called Oba Furowa or something. It's literally what it's called. You watch Naruto Shinobu. Shinobu, like noob. Nubu? I don't know. I did watch Naruto, but... Naruto! But what in the butt? But is it only Naruto? Because the first character wasn't from Naruto, I think. All right. Do we got any items here? Do we got English? It's very hard. Can we talk to you? The trainers around here are tough. I'm not gonna lose to any trainers. Hey Royale. Oh, it's this song that you did? Jesus, that's a high level Pokemon. Why is Rock Climb a normal move? It's just Flamethrower. Flamethrower is so good. Cobalion. This is Flamethrower. We're just gonna... Oh, this is a good place to train, actually. I'm gonna assume that, like, the Pokemon we're gonna go up against are just gonna be, like, level 45 or something insane. That's a powerful move. Rock Climb. Oh, I should have seen what it looked like. Here. Let's see how Rock Climb looks. Ah, it looks like strength or something. We have 1 HP. Safari Zone. Ooh, we got fresh water. What can we do here? Got it. BRB. Alright. Bro, too much tic-tacs. Too much tic-tacs. You can find Basculo. Nope. Nope, stupid. Stupid whammon. I can't... Not that whammon are stupid, but she just happened to be a whammon. I can't find Basculo because this is a randomizer. I don't know why I'm so, like, high today on life. Pro Fortnite gamers. La 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 la. I'm not horny. Whenever I'm excited, that means I'm horny. Fortnite gamers. Oh, it's like a ledge. Look. Oh, is this a new area? New area? New area? What's up, girl? Oh, she didn't see me. You know what? Let's verse. You're a little person. Like a little. You're a kid. Jesus. So I'm not gonna lose to a kid. Ew, poisons. Ew, you poisoned me. Oh, I forgot to evolve Seahorse. Oh my god. Of course I would get poisoned. Ah. A victory royale. Let's go heal up. I'm not taking risks here. I'm back, but my hand is kind of... Wait, did you take a picture? I didn't even realize. I'm sorry. Was it a good picture? Isn't that cool? Isn't that so cool? Oh, it's so cool. I think it's so cool. I like it. I think it's so cool. It's so cool, guys. It's so cool. It's so cool, right, Justin? Justina. I mean, Justin. Sorry. Ooh. This takes me back, bro. Good song, bro. This takes me back to middle school, I think. This came out when I was in middle school, I think. What does the fuck say? Release date. 2013. Jesus. Oh my god, that's almost 10 years ago. Oh my god. 8 years ago. Jesus go. Jesus go. Half of you weren't even born. Just kidding. Where do I go? What did I want to do? What does the fuck say? Oh, that's another one of their songs? I don't know that song. Ding 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 ding. Oh yeah, I wanted to get the thing. Sorry. I think they said it was somewhere in Nespine. I don't remember where. They said somewhere I have access to the... This is a really cool... I like this game a lot. I'm happy we're playing this this game. You know the song? Yeah, bro. But it was made before you were born, bro. How everyone sees Paimon. Bro, too many TikToks. I have to stop pressing on them. Oh my god. You know, I watched this. By the way, you missed weekend streams. I watched every TikTok you send me. Okay, Nathan? You missed out. So you should check it out on the YouTube or on Twitch or whatever. When it comes out on the YouTube. Oh yeah. Oh, I remember where it is now. I have like ADHD. I think it was... Wait, I don't remember where it is. It was here. It was here. It was here. It was here. Damn it, it wasn't here. Where's the other... Wait, I can't look at chat or else I'm gonna forget what I'm doing. Sabulolo? Yeah, this song gets annoying. I'm not gonna lie. What does the cost say? There we go. It's here. Supposedly, I should have access to it here. Oh, maybe I don't. What the hell? The fox say... Yo, that's auto-tune. That is not what a fox says, bro. I was asleep and beast sleep I got. Best sleep I got? Nice. Your chat is young. I know, they're all 8 years old, bro. This song was... I remember the song from 4th grade. The song was not made before I was born. I was just joking, okay? It was just a prank. I was trolling, okay? I was trolling. I was being a troller. Justin, you're part of the chat, so I guess that means you're young too. I mean, you are pretty young. I think you're like a year younger than me. Or like the same age. No, I think we're the same age, no? Oh, a Blastoise site! I don't know why I got excited. I don't have a Blastoise. I need to find the item. Maybe I already have the stone. It's supposed to call like Regal Stone or something. Regal Stone. Oh, I want to go to the... Oh, I hate that word, Regal. It reminds me of Regal Theaters, and now I want to go to the movie theater. I don't see... We got Relic Band. Where's the stupid item? I don't have it. I was in high school? What? Wait, 20... Oh, I was in high school too when it came out. Wait, why did I think middle school then? Yeah, I was in high school too. I was a sophomore. We're the same age, Justin, I'm pretty sure. I'm young, but not that young. Haha, nice. I remember the song from 2nd grade. Trying to show off. I remember the song from 1st grade. How about that? Wait, that means I'm younger. That's not showing off. Where is... I love how I have a gas mask in this game. And I'm Jewish. What does that mean? Doesn't mean anything. Ignore what I said. What? Where's the stupid stone? Well, I saw this on my phone. There's no way I'm that stupid that I can't find it now. What is this song? Regal Stone. There it is. My 2 kid... Quietly lurking. Thank you for the lurk, bro. Gato gozaimasu. I remember the song from... Ooh, when you lurk, it should do the lurk command. Ooh, I should add that. Lurk equals lurk command. I'm stupid, I should add that. The song's very low. I'll hydrate, bro. Oh, this song sounds good, bro. It's a bit low, though. Why did they build a Stonehenge? The words are funny, too. Alright. Oh, this is the daycare. Yo. Raise, wait, don't raise her. Raise my fairy. There we go. Bye. Let's get someone else on the team. You know, someone that's not that annoying. We'll put him on just for the rock smash. I want to evolve my boy. Let me change the scene. See, I gotta change the scene now because we don't have a fairy girl. Gives me a smile, touches my what? There we go. Stonehenge. Can you send this to me on Discord if it's okay? It sounds nice. Oh, my dog's here. I'm sorry, guys. My dog is here. Let's put dog cam on, yeah? You guys like it? I cropped it so it's like perfect now. I'm such a good streamer. Oh, there's my face, by the way. A man said that he got herpes from his sisters. So? What's wrong with that? Are you Gangnam Style? Oh, that song gets real annoying real quick. But, good song choice. Where do I get this stupid Regal Stone? Alright, let's see what they say on the Twitters. This is not... What? Oh, it was on Reddit. What? Regal Stone. The easiest way is playing the Safari game and winning first place. Ooh la la. Okay, I'll try that. You can find one in Nespine Climb. The moment you leave... If you head downward, there will be a Pokeball to the left. Nespine Climb. Nespine Climb. Let's just go there. I don't want to do some tournament right now. Nespine Climb. I don't remember where that was. Snowman. Nespine Climb. Nespine. Oh, Stonehenge. Bro, where is this? Oh, there it is. Nespine. Wait, where's Nespine Climb? What the heck? Oh, Nespine Climb's right here. Okay. Wait, weren't we here before? Oh, here it is. Henges that again. Ooh, a burn heal. That's to burn your heals. Why'd my IQ go down? You don't like seeing my dog? My dojo? My dojo cat? Or are you saying because of what I said with the herpes thing? Listen, people like doing what they like to do, alright? I'm not gonna judge, but you are, so what do you want from me? It says if you leave Arcane Tunnel, if you head downward, there'll be a Pokeball to the left. You can find one at Nest Pine Climb. Gangnam Style! What does this mean? If you leave Arcane Tunnel. Arcane Tunnel. Arcane Tunnel. There's supposed to be a oh, not your house. Sorry. Wait, what? Is that supposed to be what? Yoja. Arcane Tunnel. You think I remember how to get out of this area? Jesus. Look at me being such a good streamer looking for this one area. Ooh, I never used the Rock Smash here. Wait, what did I just get for using it? Ooh, yellow shards. I looked at stream because it's delayed a bit. TM27? Wait, what is TM27? You're just stupid? Well, at least I know I am. What are you? I don't know. What is TM27? How do you just give it to me and not tell me what it is? Return? Oh, it's actually not bad. Alright, let's give Sludge Bomb. Chess could learn Sludge Bomb. Do I really want a poison move though? And it's a special attack move. Yeah, let's not do that. Mutonite again. How many Mutonites are you gonna give me, game? Gangnam Style. I forgot to check all the rocks. I'm a Mexican. What? Does that mean you're not dumb or you are? What are you trying to say? I look Mexican, right? Ooh, there's a ladder. Ooh, that's that. I didn't even realize. Oh, it's a stupid Barry. Barry Allen right here. Ooh, King's Rock! It's literally a King's Rock. We could evolve Kingdra. Yes! Alright, before we evolve her, it's a her, I think. We're gonna look at the stats, okay? Because I don't know if we want to evolve. We probably do want to evolve. So it learns Dragon Pulse at level 44. Jesus, Malik. Oh no, wait, that's wrong. Wrong gen. It learns Hydro Pump? It didn't learn no Hydro Pump. It's level 40 right now. It doesn't know Hydro Pump. This is wrong. Whoop boom Gangnam Style. Let's go to 5. Maybe it's Gen 5? No, what? It says it learns Hydro Pump like in every game. But it didn't learn Hydro Pump. Did I just skip it by accident? Maybe it's following this game, Sun and Moon. He doesn't know Agility, and he learned Brine. So if we go with this, then Dragon Pulse is the next thing. Which means, if he evolves... Alright. Being known? What are these words, bro? If he evolves, and we go to Gen 6... Wait, what was it? Gen 7, Sun and Moon? Oh! Sexy ping pong! Then it looks like he'll evolve Dragon Pulse at level 45 anyway, so we'll just evolve him now. Hell yeah, baby. Hey, Nico, what's up?
Hello?
I'm doing good. How are you? I know what I am, but no, you look like Hitler. Hey! I do when I don't shave, but right now I don't look like Hitler. Come on.
I was
There's
only
2 of you?
9 years
Wait,
old.
was there actually 2 of me?
I love Shrek so much. I had all the merchandise and movies. I pray to Shrek every night.
You wanna
thanking
say hi on
him
stream?
for the life I've been given. Shrek
night.
is love, I say. Shrek is life.
My brother's
My
such a
dad hears
weirdo.
me and calls me a. I knew he
Weirdo
was just
brother. Oh, there are
jealous
2
of
of
my
me.
devotion to Shrek. I called him a cunt. He hits me and
This
sends me
TTS
to
with this
sleep.
music just...
I'm crying
works
now
so
and my
perfectly.
face hurts. I lay in bed, really cold.
You know what?
I
Let
feel
me fix this
something
right
warm.
now.
It's Shrek. I was so.
It's Shrek. Alright, there are 2 of me. I'm gonna fix this. Boom! There's 1 of me. You don't know where the other one went. Thank you. Wobbling in my face. What do you want to fall asleep? What is this? Why you put this on? Jesus. I mean, it's fine, but like... You're doing good? Hell yeah, Nico. Obito Kilokona, which is a paper ring, and Obito Karashara, which means Obito is a scissor. True. Dog ran away. Dog wants to run away. He's standing next to the door. My stupid brother closed it, so now dog can't escape. Hey, dog. Ugh. Stop looking at my butt. Dog escaped. Still can't defeat child in Genshin? Damn. Oh yeah, you reinstalled it, right? You sleep on the floor, Ping? Yep. Yep. Well, kinda. Like an elevator floor. I don't like sleeping on beds. Silence. This is a nice song, though. Alright, let's evolve him. Let's freaking evolve him. Wait, what? I can't evolve him? Oh, do I have to give it to him and then he evolves? Wait, do I have to train him and then he evolves? Why am I asking you guys? You guys don't know. Mewtwo! Ugh. Why couldn't that happen before? Alright, we're gonna dig out of here, and then we're gonna train where we trained before. We want him to evolve, baby. He's gonna be a priceless on the team, okay? He's gonna be, well, probably could put a price on him, but he's gonna be very useful. You uninstalled the game? Oh, lol. Is it because of your time in Japan? Kinda. Yeah, I got beds are too comfortable, and then like when I wake up after sleeping in a bed, I just feel too comfy and it's harder to get up. So actually, this is too comfy too. I need like I want to legit sleep on the floor, but yeah, my parents are like, it's the basement. It's not good to sleep on the floor, and I'm like, I don't care what you think, parents. No, I don't say that. I'm like, okay, fine. So now I sleep on this. It is kind of because of Japan. Except when I had a girl living with me. Then I had a futon. And then when she moved out, I gave the futon to a friend. And I slept on the floor. If you ask me on Discord, I could show you the picture of my bed when I was in Japan. Like, after the futon. Where was I training? Jesus, this song is so deep. Have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? I don't even like Pop-Tarts that much. What's wrong with you? Oh, thanks for the stretch. I'll just sit her sleeping in my queen-size bed. Bro, beds take up a lot of space. I don't even like this one. Like, you could see it right here with that camera. I don't like it. I like sleeping on the floor, because then you could just close the floor, you know? It's, like, easy. I'll just sit her sleeping in my... I'll just sit her. I don't even know what that means, bro. You're like on another wavelength, bro. I'm not on your wavelength. Should we practice here? These guys are kind of high level. But we're beasts. They give, like, no XP. Ooh, a ride on this... That guy gives a lot of XP. Let's go. He's a good Pokemon to train against. Don't give me Shaymin. I didn't want Shaymin. Shaymin is too strong, too scary. Nope. Damn, is that? Why is it so low? You gotta find YouTube videos with high volume, bro. Hey. The main reason I reinstalled forgetting Hutao. Oh. Back to Rush Hour 3. Hey, enjoy. Oh yeah, how was Shrek? Oh, Tyler. Oh, hello. Konnichiwa, bro. I was about to unmod you, bro. Just joking. What's up? Deepened? What is deepened? PP gets the anime. Bro, stop making me watch TikToks. Fine, I'll watch it. Caught this bozo watching anime in class. Yo, oh, that's the best, bro. That's the best anime, bro. Let's go. Overflow, bro. Overflow. It's a hentai. I actually really like it. I wish they made more hentai like that, but, you know. Can't ask for everything. I think he's gonna... He didn't evolve. Never mind. I think he's gonna evolve. How you doing, though, Tyler? Overflow is art, not hentai. True. It's so good, right? Wait, what? Doesn't he evolve if he has King's Rocks? Like, what am I supposed to do? How do you evolve him? May cause the foe to flinch? No, it's supposed to evolve him. This game is stupid. I don't want a bigger penis or a rocket trip to Venus. Oh, is that what they say in that song? Oh, this is a sexy song though. Sheepy shoo shala. Tyler, come on. How's life, bro? What time are you available? That sounds kind of weird to ask, but yeah. Oh, you said that? PP, it's Japan. Except it's probably not. American greeting.
Konnichiwa.
American greeting.
Yo, man.
When they meet in a bar.
Konnichi.
Oh, snap. That's stupid, bro. Japanese people don't greet each other. They just awkwardly walk past each other. Just kidding, just kidding. How am I supposed to evolve this stupid Pokemon? I mean, it's not a stupid Pokemon. You can find one at Nice Pine Climb. This is what this guy says. The moment you leave Archon Tunnel, depart directly after Redwood shows you how to use Rock Smash. If you head downward, there will be a Pokeball to the left. Okay, what? This is so hard to understand. Nespine Climb. The moment you leave Archon Tunnel. Oh, let's go to Nespine Town. Let's go there. Oh, look at all the speeding, bro. I'm speeding. Okay, this is where I left. Archon Tunnel. Okay? You leave the tunnel. If you head downwards, there's a Pokeball to the left. Okay, there's no Pokeball here, okay? This game is... It's a lie. It's a yellow scarf. Alright, this guy is a liar. There's literally nothing here. Why would you lie to me? I'm a streamer. Jesus. There's nothing here. I'll slap any of my Japanese friends when I hopefully go to Japan. Have I ever slapped a Japanese person in the face? No. I got cursed out by a Japanese person. It was one of my students. Because she wasn't listening. So I was like, bro. She kept talking to her friend when I was saying the instructions. So I was like, yo, you and your friend, you separate. Yo, you sit there. And bro, everyone was like, oh shit. Because I never get mad. I'm always chill. I was the chill teacher. And then they were like, sheesh. You know, they're like, sheesh. So then, imagine they were watching this right now. That'd be so weird. So then I actually went to, I talked, after class, they went like to the other room and I overheard her saying in Japanese, like, F Mr. like ping pong sensei. And I was, oh, is that what I'm supposed to get? How am I supposed to reach that? Oh, now I could reach that actually, never mind. This is a flame orb. Wait, I think that's useful. It's a bizarre that inflicts a burn. Wait, why would I want that? It's so dumb. Verizon Files. You need to make a Seadra holding a dragon scale and trade it to evolve into Kingdra. Yes, but in this... Oh yeah, I don't know why I thought it was King's Rock. But in this game... it's different. In this game, you need Ooh, I could rock climb this. Ooh, Toxic. Just like me. Isn't that a great song, guys? F Miss Elliott, yeah. No one wanted to F Miss Elliott. Some people wanted to F Mr. Elliott, though. But, you know, they were kids. So I was like, no, you stupid child. All right, what can I... Ooh, a Mew. Ooh, a Mew. Can you stop, Mew? Ooh, a Mew. Jesus, is all that's here is a Mew? If I knew that, I would have came here right away. Well, is Mew even that good? Raspberry. How am I finding all these things? Ugh, I don't want that stupid Pokemon. Balls. This is from Baruto. Sexy song. That guy lied to me. Or they just changed the placement of where it is for some stupid reason. Ugh. Oh, you know what, guys? I'm gonna do the thing. Okay? I'm gonna go do the contest BS thing. I don't remember what town it's in, though. Does anyone remember? Does anyone actually watch the game? I think it's in... Oh my god, I'm a genius. It's in this town. I'm actually a genius. Goodbye. See you next time. See you, bro. Thanks for popping in. And may Jesus be with you. Let's bring Chest. Oh, no, he's gonna kill it. We have to catch a Pokemon. No matter what move he uses, he's gonna kill it. Wait, this might be a good place to train. Viper knows swiping. Bro, he's gonna kill everything. What am I supposed to do? Alright. Good night, bro. May Jesus be with you. Ooh. Apparently level 25 Pokemon. Okay, this should be fine. Can we use a move that doesn't kill you? No. I brought a monster. I shouldn't have brought this guy. You know what? It's gonna be fine. Oh my god, first try. Let's go. Oh, it actually catches him. I forgot. In third place. In second place, it's Beasley. I'm in first, right? Let's go, baby. A Sunstone. What the hell? I don't want a Sunstone. Oh my god, bro. They gave me a stupid Sunsnow. Jesus. Oh, they always catch in one turn, I guess. Don't worry, I'll release them all. It's still Nuzlocke. Mickey. Sandra. Oh, a shiny stone? What, they just give me different types of stones? What is this? Miss Elliott is a link? I love how you answer yourself. It is. Aren't you a Jew? I am a Jew. What's wrong with being a Jew, huh? You wanna fight? It's just an anime.
And it cannot be that sad.
Well, I don't know this anime. Hey, don't spoil anime for me. Aw, Jesus. Oh my god. If you know, you know. Full Metal Alchemist, that shit is so sad. Alright, we're gonna keep trying this until we get the stupid thing I don't even know if we could get it. Wait, what level is it? 22? No. They say if you catch like a level 25 or whatever, then you do good. Ooh, a Gardevoir. That should be good. He didn't get caught. There we go. Come on, give me something good to eat, bro. Sunstone? I don't want the stupid Sunstone. Bruh. Wait, Full Metal Alchemist. I watched, oh yeah, I changed the WoW from Owen Wilson to the anime WoW. I watched, what was that? I watched, we gotta release them all. Sorry. Bye. Oh no, wait, I think oh no, I didn't catch that. Oh, I wish I could use you, Gardevoir. If you know what I mean. What other rewards do I get from here? Is there anything worth it? I could just buy the stupid balls. I wish I could have gone to Nemesis Cave. Is there anything? It's a bulletin board. Wow, useful. You're gay? Nothing wrong with being gay, bro. But I'm not gay. Wait, what do you say? The first Pokemon you capture is the one you enter. Like, I keep getting first place. I don't know what to do. No. This website is... Oh, is it because items... I don't think items can be randomized. You can find a Regal Stone in At-Sail City. Well, we haven't been in At-Sail City. But the easiest place to be Sapphire. I used that. I sort of gave. Here's a link to the Oh, they have a thing that shows where to get every item. Let me just scroll real quick. See how prepared I am. You found free anime shirts? Are they free though? That's the real question. Wait, let me look up the blah blah blah. Booty body 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 body. What the hell? Oh, here, Regal Stone. Pokeball beside the southernmost path to Salanto. You know what? I'm gonna look. And if it's not there, I'm gonna cry. Pokeball beside the southernmost path to Salanto blah blah. Okay, let's see. Oh my god. It's so stupid. The Safari in this game, they take away all your Pokemon. It's like the one thing I don't like about this game so far. Everything else is pretty cool. Oh, I could just put them back like that. Oh my god, excuse me. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry about that. Not about Jesus Christ, but... Bro, there's no such thing as free, okay? Unless it's free. Let's see. Kakashi.
Would wear these. Let me know your shirt size.
I hate when they have the computer stuff like that. Yo, those are cool looking shirts, some of them. That looks so sexy. The Kakashi one, I don't like the colors, but it's Kakashi. That's cool. Who said it was free, bro? She just said, let me know your size. That doesn't mean she said she's gonna send you one. That's how they get you, bro. That's how they get you. The Naruto one looks sexy, and this one. Those two look really good. IMO. That means in my opinion. Okay, so let me see. If I go... Where'd they say I have to go? They said... Nest... Jesus. How did I already forget? Pokeball besides the southernmost path to Salento Path. Okay, Salento Path is here. Okay, Pokeball besides the southernmost path. Besides the southernmost path. Okay, this is what the other guy said too. But I don't see this. I'm blind. Okay, I must be blind because I do not see this. Not see this. Okay? They're saying... My god, can you stop? Okay, they're saying it's supposed to be a Pokeball. Like... Right here. Okay, there should be a Pokeball here somewhere. There's no Pokeball, okay? There's literally nothing. They must have removed it in a new update or something. Which makes me so sad. I want Kingdra. What do I do, guys? You know what? I'm gonna freaking contact them, alright? Contact trace. I mean, just contact. I felt like we got everything. Oh, we do have rock climb now, though, which I think gives us access to something. Let's check it out. I feel like we gain access to... Oh no, this just leads to nothing. It's so annoying. Whatever, let's just move on with the game. We'll go back here, we'll heal up. Stop sending so many TikTok. You know what? No, I'm gonna ask them, okay? I'm gonna go on their freaking Discord right now. Na 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 na. Pato hikate saeta. Yo, I know the words. Let's go. I'm actually a little annoyed. Because I don't know where the hell to find Regale Stone, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully at Atsil City they'll have it. Maybe I have to check more rocks. Move. Whammon. Thank you. Maybe this rock has it? No. It would be so weird if a stupid rock has it. Wait, no. Oh my god, stop. I'm so stupid. I think there's a few... Yeah, there's nothing there. That is a shame. Our level 56 is not feeling as strong anymore. But most of our team is pretty high level, which just feels good, man. Let's just put Aladdin up front. Oh wow, Pokemon. Technically we could catch that, but... Found more anime shirts? Alright, bro.
Alright. I'm a sad monkey. I'm a very sad monkey. It's hard being a monkey nowadays. Everyone makes fun of you. They look at you. They look at you funny, and it's just too hard to live like this. I don't know what to do about it anymore. What should I do?
Anyway, let's go up here. I don't know where
Monkey
it
do
is.
good. Monkey do very
Thank you.
good.
Monkey try to do good. I don't want no Pan Sage. Nothing wrong with Pan... Anyway. Did we verse... Oh yeah, we did. Where do we get access to other... Oh my god, can you stop coming out? Why are you on, bro? Nothing to awe about. We're gonna fly
Monkey
against
do
him.
bad. Monkey do very
Ugh,
bad.
that's an annoying move. She only had one trainer.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Bro, it's literally Pan Sages everywhere. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Ooh, a Bravery. We could actually catch this. Because it's a static encounter. It dies to Ice Electric Rock. Only problem is we would have way too many guys that die from Rock. We would have Ice, Aladdin, and Tofu, so... Sorry, Braver, you're a sexy Pokemon, but it's gonna be a no this time. Well, it means we can't catch him in general now, but let me just write him down. Because no duplicates. I'm not watching all these TikToks, okay? I don't want to watch the next one. It's too many. Doctor, what's up, bro? How's life? Fairy Ruins. Ooh. New Pokemon. A new route, new Pokemon. I don't care about no anime shirts, okay? I can't get them for free, so I don't care. New Pokemon. New Pokemon, new Pokemon, new Pokemon. What are we getting? Bro. I'm not getting no Whismur. Are you kidding me? You're dying. Jesus. Stupid ass Whismur. I don't want no Whismur. It is... Okay, that's the last TikTok I'm looking at today. Or for a while.
Into anime.
Anime! Which one is your favorite? Yo, that's sexy. Oh. Oh, that one gave me chills. Nah, I don't like that it says believe. Oh, that's cool. Actually, all of them are nice, except like one or two of them to me. Those are very nice. You're gonna get it for my birthday? Thanks, Nathan. TikTok. Oh, I don't make TikToks often. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not a big TikToker. I know, it's crazy. The cool shirt style. True. Alright. Let's kill you, because killing people is fun. What? I'm gonna Mega Evolution, and then just fly. Bye! Jesus, that gave a lot of XP. Before versing Team whatever they're called in this game, I want to see... What if I'm in a new route or not? So this is still considered the outskirts, which we already tried to catch a Pokemon. We could push the straight to catch another, try to catch another Pokemon. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. I don't know if we get access to it, but another Bravery. Oh, that's so sad. All right, let's do it. Okay. Oh, next Pokemon. Next Pokemon. A Diglett. A Doug Trio. I don't want you. You might have Earthquake, actually. It could be really useful. Better than Turkey. But you're level 28. I'm not gonna train you up, okay? So, bye. Doug Trio, baby. Doug the Trios. Let's change the background to water. Gothitida. Ghost is super effective, possibly? Let's go. I'm a genius. You're trying to learn Slash. You don't need it. Pfft. Oh my god, they all have like one trainer. It's like they're trying... Wait, that didn't count as the new area. That didn't count as the new area. This is the new area. What will we catch? What will we catch? What will we catch? Ooh. Ooh, a Solrock. Solrock's one of those interesting Pokemon that looks really good, but I think sucks. Could be wrong though. Let's look. Let's just look at your stats. Yeah, your stats aren't that good. You died to way too much. I don't want you. I won't need you because no one else is gonna die. So we're just gonna run away here. Solrock. Precipitous Strait. And Solrock. The cool shirt style. They were all cool shirts though, no? I'm just... Ugh, get away. Precipitous Strait. I just want to make sure I wrote it down right. Yep. Why couldn't you give me a Lucario? Oh my... I would have caught that in a second, bro. What's wrong with this game? Alright, let's verse this guy. He has an Eevee. What a loser. We're just gonna flamethrower you. Aerodactyl, please, bro. Oh. Ancient Power. I forgot about that. It's a scary... That's a scary one. Let's change Pokemon. LOL indeed. LOL. It means lol. I'm such a connoisseur of things. But that was so annoying, because, like, why? Why Lucario? Again, bro. They're just spiting me, if that's a saying. This is a new area? Oh, well. Guess I'll never know now. Let's flamethrower you. Your ice. Elamuse. You could also be flamethrowered. Your Quilladana. You could also be flamethrowered. Hell yeah. You roasted me. Hell yeah, bro. He said I have to be. I have delicate skin, so I have to be out of the sun. So why are you literally half naked with underwear on? Not out. Like, oh my god, this guy's like, wait, with underwear on, just like chilling. But whatever. Yeah, I fixed the joke. Lychee berry, nothing and nothing. What is this even called? Prismus Stritch, Prismus Island, Telmerk out to Badapt. Yo, it all starts with one thing. Oh, it starts with... Bro, everything else is a Lucario. Like, this game actually hates me. All I know... Adamantine. Then the bunch things. Alright, let's verse you. This is probably dumb, but I'm gonna flamethrower you. Hey, it worked. Diancie. Isn't that... Yeah. I feel like she's powerful. She has rock moves, doesn't she? What it meant to me, will it bet to me to be a memory of a time I tried so hard. Oh! I knew that and I still versed her because I'm an idiot. Alright, come on, Seahorse. Surf. Let's go. Sit on, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Alright, it's your turn to do some work, Ice. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter. Ooh! Ooh! New area, new area. New Pokemon, new Pokemon. New Pokemon. New Pokemon. New Pokemon. Oh my god. I literally went to another area. Come on, new Pokemon, new Pokemon. They were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back. Okay, can a new Pokemon spawn? New Pokemon!
Bruh.
I'm not catching that. I tried so hard and got so far, but at the end... What a shame that that's the new Pokemon in a new area. Okay, new area, new area. What the hell? This area is literally just this? New Pokemon. Oh, an Oshawott. We already have a water type, but the Pokemon's so cool. Ice is not super effective on water, so... You're not gonna die, right? I mean, it's a strong move, but... Hey, let's go! Good job, Oshawott. You should know... I'm using an Ultra Ball. You better get caught. Oh, come on, you Oshawott. In you, push as far as I can go. Let's throw a Great Ball. Sometimes they work like that. Great Balls work, but Ultra... Okay. Not this time. Come on. Bro, just get in my ball. Oh my... Can you like not? Jesus. Let's go for a Park Ball. Come on. Oh my god, imagine that worked. Yo, I don't want to waste all my balls on you. You're not that good. Just get caught. Oh my god, you're the most annoying Pokemon ever. I mean, you're yellow... Oh, there we go. I wasn't complaining. Let's go, baby. What are we naming Oshawott? You know what? You know what? Since Blaster actually popped in today, we're gonna name him Arse. Just gonna name him Arse. Tanjiro? Oh, he doesn't look like Tanjiro though. Oh, because he's a water type? That would be cool, but we'll go with Arse. Maybe the next Pokemon will be Tanjiro. Does she verse you? She doesn't verse you. Does he verse you? He doesn't verse you. Does she... Do you verse anyone? You just... Oh my god. Do they just sit at the beach and chill? What is this? What's up, girl? This is perfect... Yeah, they don't even verse you. Ooh! Bulk up. Ew. What do I want bulk up? What is this? Diving tours. I don't... Ooh, are they gonna give me dive? The TM dive? What do you do? Trying to get a tan. What do? You just stand? What a view. There's literally... Oh, there is a window. Never mind. Let's say there's no window there. The old Ooh, the old gym leader retired. Oh, that's interesting. They call me Mrs. Move. I hate it. Don't call me that. I can remind you of moves they once knew. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I gotta remember that. Yes? Okay, I'll try to remember. Tanjiro. These houses are sure fancy. You live in one of these houses. What are you saying, bro? The only reason I'm not gonna replace Ashwat is because I don't think he could learn Rock Smash. Now, if he could learn Rock Smash, he's already at a higher level than Turkey. So I doubt it, but let's see. Ooh, you could learn it. Oh, okay. Encore could actually be pretty useful, but it's a bit risky too, so we're just gonna get rid of Encore. Join the team, Ars. You're a new slave. Let me just change it. Welcome back, Nico. Hello? What's up, bro? Oh, my dog's not here anymore, so we could just get rid of that. So we almost explored this whole area. They keep having excuses for gym leaders not being here, which is kind of interesting. Oh, is that like a museum? This lady is so boring. How rude. We're having conversation. That's funny. Let me change the background real quick. Lame. I bought 2 of these, but my date didn't show up. Ooh, thanks. It's not lame. That's sad, bro. He's not depressed that she didn't set up. Salutations. The hotel welcomes you. Ooh, can we get something here? Oh, did he say what I think he said? There are Pokemon trainers from around the world here today. They all want a shot at becoming the new gym leader. One of the applicants was in Kanto's Elite Four. Ooh, that would be so cool if they bring someone from there. How may I serve you? You don't need to serve me. What is this? The upper floors have been rented by the Pokemon League. They're hosting interviews for the interim gym leader. Oh, that's so cool. I love how they add that. I collect ancient items. Oh, that's nothing we need is there. Your Pokemon love you if you raise them with love. Wow. That makes sense. A peasant. Ew. Regal Stone! We got the stone! Hell yeah, I'm so happy we went up ahead. Just to, like, check things out. We actually got the stone. Yo, let's go! Seahorse is evolving, baby. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, indeed, bro. It's about time we got a full team of sexies. Yes. Let me change them now. Hell yeah, bro. Kingdra is such a sexy Poke. Watch him die right away. That would be so sad. If he dies right away, I'm gonna cry. If he dies right away, I will cry. Legit cry. Legit cry. Oh my god, that worked out beautifully, actually. Let's see if I can learn any new moves, actually. Since it is a dragon type now. Do we have any dragon moves here? Sludge Bomb is pretty powerful. Flamethrower. Seahorse can't learn. Shadow Claw? Almost everyone could learn Shadow Claw. Ooh. Oh yeah, she already knows Surfs. She or he? It's a she. There's only 2 she's on our team. Let's look at them stats. Hey, 100 defense. I don't know if that's good at level 40, but listen, we'll take it. From a rude person, we got that too, which is even cooler. Let's see if we gain access to this. Going diving? Don't tell me we're going with Ice's Current Ball. Swap it for this dive ball. What's the difference? Wait, I wonder if they give us the TM. Is she gonna give us the TM? Ugh, a tour group is out. Ugh, that's such a BS. Alright, well, we explored all of this, which is pretty awesome. Oh my god, look. This is actually good. We could actually, can't escape. Oh my god. We could actually train against, we could actually train against that for practice, against Lucario. We could just flamethrower it to death. He gives good XP. I don't know what level the next Pokemon are going to be. I'm a bit scared, to be honest. Because it seems like they're going to be a bit strong here. But it is what it is type of thing. Alright. Let's do it. It is what it is. How many gym badges do we have? I think we have 5 gym badges now. Which means we're officially essentially past the... Yeah, let's go. And we know where the 6th gym is. We're past the midpoint of the game. I'm assuming after this we're gonna have access to the 6th gym. I'm just gonna save. Or we're gonna get close to having access to it. The thing doesn't look that much like the background's color. I don't know what color to put on it. I don't know if water fits better. Nah, we'll keep the sandy background. Alright, let's verse him. You chose the wrong guy to walk into. I don't know if that's true. I'm gonna own your 2 Pokemon like it's nothing. Look at that. Keep walking. We lost our map in Subolo Cave. I think this... Oh, that's the map I got. But they figure out where to go. Wait, that's interesting. That some loser forgot the map. And oh, it looks like there are only Whismers here. Just check. Ooh, if we caught a Spiritomb, that would have been cool. Staryu. Oh, we only have 1 grass type now. That's right. Let's just Wood Hammer you. Terrakion. Terrakion. That's the legendary guy, right? He dies to fighting ground. You know what? We're just gonna dig against you. I'm not taking risks against you, bro. Legendaries, we don't take risks. I bet it was one of those pink-haired numbskulls. Yeah, these guys are kind of high level, which I don't really like. So what does that mean for the boss of this area? Like, I feel like it's gonna be a... Ooh, Mushurna. I feel like it's gonna be a really hard battle. Huh. Don't sparse, ew. Oh, this is just a water route? Clink Clank. Ooh, okay. Ice. Okay, we could flamethrower here. Oh, I keep forgetting these Pokemon have ancient power. Jesus Christ. Can you not ancient power me? He could ice me. Wait, that's even worse. Oh my god. How am I playing, bro? I'm playing so stupidly. Okay, good. I switched out in perfect timing. We'll just surf you. Oh, I have to take out Seahorse. Okay, I have to take out Seahorse for that type of Pokemon. Oh, he might have a grass move. Woo! He has the one. Okay, he's dead. Why am I playing so stupid? I am actually playing so stupid right now. This is a water type. Okay, I think. Okay, yes. Jesus, that guy was actually a bit annoying to verse. Sora wa Shojiki. The one rap song I like. How did you get that Mega Ring? Haha, that's a secret. Alright, let's heal up. Family wa life, ima itsumo. This song is funny because they say like chicken is horny or something. It's a weird song. Ikufro. Should I use fresh water? Where's my super potions? Am I blind? There should be a search button. Well then, how would you search? Actually, never mind. That's dumb. Where's search? Is it? Did I run over? Oh, here it is. We're just gonna heal everyone up, cause I'm not feeling good with everyone taking so much damage. We'll also put Ice up front just cause he's the lowest level. Am I a bad person? Oh, I should read what they say. Shadow Claw. Is Shadow Claw super effective? Better take those to firefighting rock steel. I think we'll be okay. Oh, that kind of did a lot. Okay, Icicle is super effective. Sunkern. Sunkern is literally just a grass guy. We could Icicle against it. Yep. Let's go. Should we heal him? I don't want to heal way too often, but I don't want to go all the way back. We'll just put Seahorse up front for now. Don't tell him it's going to be... Hey, it's not dark. Okay, cool. Nothing wrong with dark, but you know. Alternate. We already have that. Okay. Dialga. Jesus. Which reminds me, I'm gonna be doing a 24-hour stream on Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. So yeah, check that out the day it comes out. Because I'm a cool kid or something. I'm pretty sure that just leads back to the same area, so we're just gonna verse this guy. Verse more guys, get more XP. That's what my mom always told me. My mom never said that. I think he only dies... He only dies to Dragon and Fairy. He doesn't even die to Ice, which is... Oh, Ice hits him normally, right? Because water. Oh, I forgot about that. Kingdra's actually really cool because of that. So he dies to Dragon and Fairy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's just surf here. Let's just surf again. Happiny. Happiny has a grass move, which... Oh, I thought that was a different Pokemon for a second. Jesus, you have no moves. I mean, I'm an ideological genius, not a battling genius. You common folk don't respect what the elders did. Yeah, sure. We're gonna Twister you. Did you not die from a Twister, bro? Come on. So hungry. Nothing there. Why is this rock here if there's literally nothing there? So let's see. There's nothing here. Oh. But there's an Arbok. There's so many random Pokemon, though. So many rocks that, like, I want to check, but then half of them aren't even... Don't even give anything. We're gonna check this one and then move on. I'm the researcher that discovered the trick to this tomb. So if you're a researcher, why are you fighting? You should be researching. Let's go with Aladdin and Flamethrower, because Jesus Christ, that did a lot more damage than I expected. Shellos. I think we could... No. Oh, he has water moves. Alright, let's change to chest. Jesus, Muddy Water could have killed me. I'll just get Wood Hammer. I thought that was a grass type for a second. I'm such an idiot. I'm so lucky. Like, I'm just getting lucky. Oh, a Malamar. That's a sexy, cool-looking Pokemon. So many rocks and none of them have anything. Ask Hashem for mercy and he'll throw you a rope. Ooh, Ezekiel, trust me, it's the most. What was the last guy before the boss, probably? We'll just search. Please don't have a grass move. That was a fairy move, but it didn't do much. Flareon, we should be able to surf one hit. You didn't get one hit KO'd? Oh, come on, you poisoning me, bro? It's embarrassing that you poisoned me, bro. Hole in the ceiling. We're just gonna heal everyone because I don't trust the game. Imagine we meet up with our teammate and he just heals all our guys. Watch that happen. That'd be so annoying. I'm wasting all these items. Okay, who do we put up first? We could put Chest and take it easy, but I mean, let's put Aladdin because he could Mega Evolve. So, ooh, there it is.
You must be the vigilante child I was warned about.
Well, let's put the game music on. Okay, this is intense.
You're an aide to Professor Redwood. How saddening. One would think someone with his smarts would understand their aims. You see, these are not the actions of some cult. We're just doing nature. We know nature. This was designed by the elders, and they were fantastic. You can't break through this...
Wait, he just runs away? Are you serious? Did he just run away? Is there a secret spot here? No. Why? Why have all of the... A Latias. Oh my god. Stop it. Latios, actually, but... Can you just let me land? Jesus. Okay. This is interesting. There's nothing here, but it looks like there's... Okay. The wall has a contraption with numbers. Ooh. Ooh. Let's try... Ooh. Nothing happened. Alright, I have to be a smart person here, which is very hard. Okay, let's try this. The wallet has a contraption. There's 5 symbols, then 3. 5, 3, 6, 2. 5, 3, 6, 2. 5, 5, 3, 6. Imagine this works, 2. Oh. Okay, so we got 2. We got. Oh, let me put the music back on. We got 2. What number is this supposed to be? 2. How do you solve this? What is this, Morse code or something? There's 4 numbers, okay? I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna try to be a genius right here, okay? There's 4 numbers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things that pop up, though. There's 6 things that pop up, but 4 numbers. So why? Am I supposed to figure this out? Should I look it up? I'm just... I'm gonna figure this out. I'm definitely not gonna cheat for this. I'm gonna use my brains and try to figure this out. What if we count the stones in each pool? That would be very interesting. I don't know if it would do that, but we got 4, 5, 1. What? We got 4, 5, 1, 0. Okay, 4, 5. What? 4, 5, 1, 6 or 9? 4, 5, 1, 6. 4, 5, 1, 6. 4, 5, 1, 9. Oh! I'm a genius! I'm actually a genius. Oh my god. I figured that out by myself too. You did underestimate me, bro. You did underestimate me. I didn't take a millennial, and I did it all by myself. I know what I came for. What'd you come for? Now I'll crush you. Oh! What cool music. Alright, come on. You're challenged by Elder Knight. The loser. Loser Knight. Oh, level 42. I really hope I don't screw this up. I'm gonna make the audio louder if I can. Okay. Yes, that's more like it. Now it's a bit too loud. But we'll lower it a bit. This music actually sounds cool. Okay. Okay, so what we want to actually do here is flamethrower to force him to use flamethrower, and then just kill him. I think that's the plan. We're gonna super evolve as well. Let's go. One shot kill, one shot kill. Let's go! One shot KO, baby. Let's go. We might as well do level caps and take this seriously. Embor. Okay, perfect. With Embor, we could take out Seahorse. Damn it, I forgot to heal Seahorse. If Seahorse dies because I didn't heal it, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna cry. Okay. Embor is actually kind of tough. And the sun is out. Damn it, that actually doesn't work out for us. We only have 4 surfs also. Come on. Take him down to, like, red. Oh, no! Takedown. Oh, that actually helps us. Yes, that helps us. I think we'll be able to kill him now. Please be able to kill him. Please, please, please. Oh, come on, bro. Oh, he keeps using takedown though, which is good. No, he's still not dead? You gotta be kidding me. I hope he doesn't heal now. If he heals, it's over. Damn it, he healed. Oh, it's not over. It's just more annoying. Is the only move he had... Damn it, we don't have surfs left though. I should have gone back and healed or PP it up or something. Alright, we're gonna heal up right now though. We got a hyper potion too. We gotta make more money to I don't know if we have enough money. Where's our hyper? We have too many items in this game. Takedown. Haha, you missed, loser. I'm surprised he missed actually. We only have one surf left. We could agility anticipating the next Pokemon. Or we could brine into surf. Let's brine into surf. I don't think brine will do that much, but... Jesus! Brine looked like it did more than surf. It's gonna... Oh, I thought it might crit hit. Alright, brine will be able to take him out. Yes! You got this, Seahorse! Get out of here, Embor! Look at that loser. And he's dead. I couldn't really look at him. That's a lot of XP too. Ralts. The next Pokemon's a Ralts. Poison Ghost Steel, kill it. Poison Ghost Steel. We could... We'll use Aladdin's... we'll use Aladdin here to kill Ralts. We'll also still have the sunlight, which is nice. I think flamethrower... Oh, I should have lied? Well, actually, no. Flamethrower staff should be, yeah. Get out of here, Ralts. Buzel. Oh, that's a water guy. Yes. We're just gonna wood hammer here. Oh. Only problem with wood hammer is we take some damage, but it should one-hit KO. Let's go. We're actually one-hit KOing his whole team. What's next? Samurott. Ooh, perfect. Last Pokemon, Samurott. Perfection, bro. Starter against starter. Sunlight is still up though, which is a bit annoying. We'll just wood hammer for some stab OP damage. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, that was so much easier than I thought. If it didn't one-hit KO though, Chess could have been in danger. How? Because you suck. And we're just amazing. Okay, let's go back to music. Here's a speed bump in our plans. We've changed every single one of our goals. We'll bring this world to its knees. Once Registeel fully awakens, you'll be the first to feel my wrath. What? Wait, let me arrest him. Oh my god, bro. Don't tell me he's gonna want to verse me now. I just saw the new elders. Let me guess. You made them go. I missed out on all the Pong action. It's kind of sus. Oh, he healed my Pokemon. Oh. What more? He says, what more could they be? Obviously, they want Regigigas. Did you hear about the new gym leader? You should try to get his badge. Aw, you're really talented. You could probably be the new champ. Aw, he's so sweet. I'll catch you in Persimmon Island. Oh, he wants to verse in Persimmon Island. But he said he'll train. So I think we're going to do training montage here. And just train. Because, yeah. Against Lucario, it's actually amazing. Because Lucario gives good XP. And Flamethrower, okay. As I say that, they give me Mantike. And, yeah, Flamethrower just demolishes him every time. So we'll train our guys to level 45. I think 45 will be good. And then we'll go towards the next gym. And we'll see what level the next gym's guys are, you know? Let's Dragon Rage. I thought that would do more. Flamethrower is just insane. No trouble. Ain't no trouble. Okay. There we go. Oh, Metagross. Look at this. Give me more Metagrosses and Lucarios, bro. Even though I couldn't catch either of you. Less Mantikes, please. less. I just hyper potioned by accident. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Yeah, flamethrower does like nothing to him, or it doesn't do enough to him. Alright, let's go heal up. Let's go buy more hyper potions, because I know I'm gonna forget later if I don't buy now. And 14 more hyper ultra balls. Every day, every time, come on, I tell you money time. 20 hyper potions. I think I'm gonna assume we could sell something. We have way too many items. Talking all day, all day, all night, all night, all day, all day, all night, all night. I don't see anything we could really do though. Money done. Oh, could we reach a new area? Or does this connect us to areas we were? I completely ignored this area. At Sail Bay, we have access to the next area. You know what that means? We just got Ultra Balls too. New Pokemon, baby, at Sail Bay. Came here accidentally, but let's do it. Ooh, Breloom, actually a good Pokemon. And we didn't run into Breloom before, so we could catch it. I'll tell you what, Breloom, if you... Ooh, Mega Punch. If you survive this Dragon Punch, I'll catch... Ooh, if you survive this Dragon... Ooh, he survived both. I like this Pokemon. Any names? First try? Let's go! We'll name him, We'll name her, actually. Green, because it's green. Plant? Green plant, how about that? Green? P-L-A-N, yeah, green plant works. Combining both names, we're very original here at Ping Pong Masters channel. Green plant. Let's go, we call it green plant, baby. I don't know if we'll use green plants, because we already have a green guy, but... The Blade. Get out of here. Silosisis. We're just gonna Mega Evolve, because he's a bit scary. And hell yeah. Aladdin 2 is actually insane. Okay. What can we do here? I wonder... I don't know where all these routes lead to. Okay, so this is a dead end. I'm assuming we get access to dive. That's why there's all this dive after this gym. But there's so much area here. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like this is all diving area. Weed? Oh, too late, but... Hey, green plants works too. Okay, so this is literally... Okay, is the next city underground? You'll need waterfall? Oh, at least she tells you. She's like, are you heading there? You'll need waterfall. Okay, so I guess we get access to dive and waterfall eventually. Got a new Pokemon, which is cool. At Sail Bay. Ooh. Prisimo's Depth. A new area, new Pokemon. This is the last Pokemon for a while, actually. What are we getting? What are we getting? Ooh. Actually good. Actually good. A Drillbur. I'm gonna Dragon Rage. It's like... Wait, it could kill me. Oh, it used Earthquake. Thank God, bro. Alright, let's use Dragon Rage again. He had Rock Slide! No, no, survive, survive. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. 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 Jesus, Earthquake is... He has Earthquake. That's a freaking powerful move. We'll change to Seahorse. And just throw Ultra Ball. Come on, just get caught, bro. Yo, we're gonna use you. I promise. You're gonna be invaluable to us, Drillbur. Let's go! Yes! Yes! Oh my God. The depths. We got the depths. Oh my God. Seahorse leveled up too. We're gonna name you... we're gonna name you Savior. Because I feel like you're gonna be a savior. I have a feeling in my bones. You have freaking Earthquake, bro. You haven't even evolved yet. Oh, that's a Pokemon I can see us using right now. Jesus, almost killed Aladdin too, though. Jesus Christ, you gotta chill, bro. Funny thing is, according to my notes, I haven't caught any Pokemon here. I think that's wrong, though. Because we trained like crazy here. So, there's something wrong here. I'm just gonna assume that we caught it. Valoon Reserve. Oh no, that's Valoon Way, not Valoon Reserve. That's why. Where's the reserve? Oh, baby, hand me up. Oh, the reserve isn't here. It's kind of sus. There's an area called Valoon Reserve, supposedly, but I don't see it. Alright. I think this is our final team. Well, not yet, but... Drillbur is a sexy Pokemon. Alright, let's see what it dies to when it evolves and all that good stuff. Oh, this is a great song. Wait, what? Drillbur. Drillbur. Yeah. So he's just a ground, so he does to water, grass, ice, which is actually not bad. Because we have a lot of guys that die to rock. So he's just a regular rock type. When he evolves into Excadrill, which he will the second he evolves, he's going to die to fire, water, fighting, and ground. So I should write that down. Fire, water. That's a lot of things to die to. Fighting, and ground. Okay, so he's going to evolve real quick. He already has freaking Earthquake, which is so good. I think he's a physical attack. Look at his physical attack. It's insane. His attack is insane, just like Beartic. Yeah, we're just going to evolve him now. We're definitely adding him to the team. I don't really want to get rid of Oshawott, because Oshawott's a really cool Pokemon. But, I mean, it's either we get rid of... Like, the thing is, like, Beartic is pretty good. We raced him also. Let me look at Oshawott's stats again. Because Samurott is a cool Pokemon. He has, like, overall decent stats. The thing is, we have ice moves with Beartic, so, yeah. I don't know if Samurott learns ice moves. I don't know if or when we get Ice Beam in this game. So, unfortunately, we're going to have these two beasts in here. We caught some really cool Pokemon in this game so far, though. We'll move you up front, and our goal right now is to train everyone to level 45. We don't need to train Chest, which is nice, but yeah. These are good levels. He does the water, grass, and ice right now, so we should be okay here with Earthquake. Oh, did I just pick up a random Regal Stone? Are you serious? What the hell? How did I miss that? I trained her for like 2 hours before, like the other day. Oh my god. Okay. Can I hit this with Rock Slide? Hey, that actually worked out. Oh, he could do damage to me, so... he could do damage to me, too. 10 levels before is... Okay, this is not good. Let's see if the water... Earthquake? Let's go! Mutonite. Oh my god, how many Mutonites do I have, bro? How did I miss that item, though? I'm kind of surprised that I'm so stupid sometimes. Life Orb. He almost... Imagine he killed Aladdin too, I would have cried. What a good run. Well, I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking good today. Nothing bad has happened. Jinxes it. I mean, Earthquake is just insanely strong, especially for when he evolves. It's going to do quite a bit. We don't get much XP from these guys, though. Magi music. Hell yeah, I want to watch anime now. Hell yeah. But... And I'm going to have an aneurysm just doing this, but... Oh, no more left. Yeah, we'll just have to go with Slash. Let's go heal up and just do it again. I mean, every level he's going to evolve, so... it's going to be much easier to train him once he's evolved. You know, I won't have to worry as much about stuff. It was very surprising to run into him. It would be harder to catch him if he was Excadrill, too. So we got very, very lucky, actually. The more I think about it, the more I realize how lucky we got. Come on, you're so close. Yes, he's gonna evolve now. Ooh, he wants to learn Sandstorm. I don't really want to give him Sandstorm. Let's go! Savior. Savior. Wait, he's evolving straight into Excadrill? Am I stupid? Doesn't he have a... Oh no, he just evolves into Excadrill. I am stupid. I thought he had another evolution. Aww. See you, Nathan. Bruh, indeed. Quietly.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess. Monkey
Thanks for the lurk if you are lurking.
Monkey do very good.
Jesus. Let's go. See ya, Nathan. Have a good night, bro, if you're going to sleep. Ooh, what's cool is we could I just repeated myself twice. We could fly to Prismos Island now. I'm assuming we're gonna get access to Dive and be able to get a Kato Surf town. And then we're gonna get access to Dive, which will let us go to Cosmic Caverns, and then Edishore Town. And then at Edishore get Waterfall. And then pretty much get... Once we get Waterfall... There's a lot of areas in this. You too, you overfull fan, you horny back. Have you watched it? It's a good show, man. I mean, listen, I don't watch it all the time, but I have watched it before. It's a good show. Alright, let's go to Prismos. Yeah, we use that. Okay, we have access to the gem. Ooh, what a sexy looking gem. It's a cool looking gem. Do we verse that person right away? Oh, no. Our old gym leader retired. The replacement came through now. Leader still uses psychic types. Well, it's randomized. Oh, we're not gonna verse you yet. Ooh, the background is perfect for that, though. We gotta train first. We gotta train up our guys. You didn't watch it? Yeah, you don't need to watch it, don't worry. You probably don't want to watch it anyway, right? Ooh. Water owns us. I don't know why I'm training Excadrill here. But it's beautiful against Metagross. Lucario is a bit scary, though, because fighting actually kills Lucario. We'll Rock Slide against Caterpie. But it's pretty good against Metagross and some others. Are you serious? I keep missing Rock Slide. It doesn't give that bad XP. I expected it to give worse, to be honest. There's Earthquake here. Jesus, just keep giving me Metagross. Watch, it's gonna give me Lucario because I said that. Ooh. Still give me a letter. Yes! A few more levels and we're... Ooh, yes! Oh, that's perfect. Alright, let's go heal up. So he dies to fighting because he's part steel now. I'm trying to think to remember. You know, I have bad memory. He's still ground, so he dies to water and grass. And he dies to ground because of... Ground kills steel? Ground kills steel, I guess. I didn't really realize that. Let's Rock Slide here. Okay, we're just gonna Rock Slide here. We're gonna rock. How many rocks did I do? I don't want no Caterpies. Give me Metagross again. It's like the game is purposefully just giving me one type of Pokemon. Like, bruh. Stupid. I'm not gonna press the bruh button because it's too much work. Bro, there... Oh my god. Give me Metagross, please. Oh my god, there's a... Imagine we caught a Gyarados. I mean, we already have Kingdra, but... Actually, Gyarados is kind of scary, and he might be faster than me. So I'm not taking any risks. Jesus, he had Ice Fang, too. I'm just gonna run away from that. No need to risk it for the biscuit when you don't need to risk it, you know what I'm saying? Was that our last Rock Slide? I mean, I guess we could still... Yeah, we could still Earthquake a Caterpie and it's gonna kill it. Because it's a Caterpie. Good thing is we're at level 42. Another good thing is we have Swords Dance, which should be very... We could sweep with Swords Dance Earthquake. This is like a very good find. But it'll obviously depend on what Pokemon we go up against. I might use Savior first in Pokemon battles just because of that. If I anticipate, like... Because I think he's kind of bulky, too. Let me see. So, his defense and special defense kind of suck. But he has decent HP. Like, I think he could tank 1 or 2 hit. Wait, he's not that fast, though, right? Oh, his speed is pretty decent, too. Which is kind of surprising for what he looks like. He looks like a rat. What are those rats that, like dig holes and stuff? That's what he looks like. Slash? Slash kills in 1 hit, too. I feel like there's a glitch and they just keep giving me Caterpie. It just feels really weird. But you know what? It's working. Hopefully the EVs that Caterpie gives aren't that bad, though. Versing Pokemon 10 levels below is nice, though. Okay, let's go back. Just to get some... Nope, not the gym. Jesus. To heal up real quick. It's a cool little town. I expected there to be some trainers, though. A little bit disappointed, but it is what it is. We'll just train you to level... Ooh, Oshawott. To level... Ooh, Oshawott. Earthquake? We risked it, and Earthquake killed Oshawott. I mean, it's a starter. And we risked it on him to Wooper. So now we know we could just kind of spam Earthquake on a lot of guys. Which makes sense. It being a ground move, like... We have stab damage, and his attack is insanely high. Saviors. With Swords Dance, he's such a menace. Of course, if we could avoid water, grass, and tank those moves and stuff like that. Ooh, Bullet Punch. Ooh, you see how much faster it is when you verse Metagross? Like, he leveled up so much quicker. Oh, my back. Alright, let's see. Let's go here. It's weird, though. I haven't seen Lucario. Lucario could do some damage if he uses, like, close... I don't know if he has close combat, but close combat could be pretty scary. What type is Lucario? He's a Steel Dark? What is he? Steel? I'm too dumb. I forget everything. He's a Fighting Steel, obviously, because I just literally just said he could use close combat. So he dies by fire, fighting, and ground. So Earthquake would actually demolish him. So, yeah, actually, I shouldn't worry. Wait, he's Steel? Ground kills Steel, that's why. And then fighting... what did I say he's weak to? Fire, fighting, ground. Oh, fighting kills Steel, fire kills Steel, and ground kills Steel. The fighting doesn't do... It cancels it out. That's actually pretty cool. I just realized that after so many years of playing this game. Can you give me a different Pokemon? Jesus Christ. All that we're getting is stupid Caterpie. Maybe... I wonder if it matters what Pokemon you use. There's Lucario. It probably matters where you are, too. Like, when we were in this... There we go. When we were in this area, Lucario popped up much more often. Oh my god, I should have done this from the beginning. I'm an idiot. We have so many... Ooh. We have so many guys that could die from... that could kill Lucario, too, which is nice. I might miss this, too. Is Oshawott worth it? Oh, I forgot we replaced him. I forgot we replaced him with Excadrill. We just got Excadrill. I forgot to replace him. Thanks for reminding me. How are you, though? Oshawott is good, but yeah, he's not worth it because of Excadrill. This is our team now. We finally got Kingdra. We found the Regal Stone, which is this game's item to evolve in, like, Kingdra. We beat the gym that we were on. We beat, like, some boss from the bad guys. And now we're training before the next gym because our rival said... Our rival legit said, he was like, yo, you're going to have to... we didn't catch a Lucario, though. There's so many Lucarios here. He's like, oh, I'm going to train before the next gym. So I'm like, oh, shit. I think we'll have to train. Because there weren't many trainers before, like, this gym and the next. The music is too loud? Oh, thanks for telling me. Did you hear anything I said? Okay, I lowered it. Let me know if it's better. Or if it's too low or whatever. Oh yeah, there's my cam. Kinda hard to hear, but I did hear it. Okay, cool. Glad team's going well, yep. Also, we have some new stuff. Some new channel rewards. Oops, I should not have used Earthquake against the stupid... See, now I'm not thinking. I can't think when Diego's here. You're pressuring me, bro. I'm just joking. I don't belong here. Let's just do that. I think we could get to... Oh, why am I still training him? I wanted to train all our guys to level 45. Oh, which is nice. Because there's Metagross is here, and then in this area there's Lucario's. Oh, and stupid Mantike, which keeps popping out. There we go. It's like good XP. Lava Plume. Should I teach you Lava Plume? Typhlosion is a special attack user. Flamethrower does 90. Jesus. I mean, it's basically a slightly worse Flamethrower. I might as well just take out Flame Wheel, but Flame Wheel burns. Now Oh, this could burn also. Yeah, we're definitely gonna take out Flame Wheel. Did you like the latest video, by the way? I know Diego died, but... Ooh, we're gonna get to level 45 easy like this. Hopefully the next gym we lose nobody, because I really like this team. We have some potential replacements, but I'd rather not. I'm gonna run away from Soul Rock. We don't want to get hit by rock moves. Just gonna spam against Lucario. Please don't lose. I know, right? I don't think we'll lose. I mean, we might lose the run. I don't know what level the... I'm not prepping against anything. So I don't know what level the next gym has. I don't know what level the next this has, you know? That's how we lost a couple of the previous runs, because the Pokemon just went up levels, like, so randomly. I think this run is secured, though. I hope so, but you know how dumb I am. And it's still a randomizer. The video was so good. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I should have explained more what a Nuzlocke was in the beginning, but other than that, I thought it was pretty decent. There's more explaining. But yeah. I'm happy you enjoyed it. I want to pump out more videos. Like, I want to be faster with videos, which means I want to stream more. So I'm going to try to stream like 5 hours every stream, except for Saturday streams, which are a bit less. Hey, Saturday streams right now are like 2 hours, but we might bump that up as well. Hey, next Pokemon to train up. That's my plan. 5 hour stream. Yep. I think today we might go for 5 hours. I want to start going, because then I could beat games faster. I could stream longer, obviously. And if I beat games faster, I could edit more games. If I edit more games, I could have more YouTube videos. If I have more YouTube videos, I could have more viewers coming in. If I have more viewers coming in, I could talk more with people. That's the whole plan. How much has the stream gone for? It's been almost 3 hours now. If it just started, I'll come back by then. Oh, okay. It's 2 hours, 38 minutes. Oh. I mean, it's always the same. Like, so the thing is, because of daylight savings time, it's a bit different. I made an announcement on Discord for that reason. Like, the times might be different depending on where you live. So, but I mean, I think you're fine, Diego. I think I stream the same time as I always do for you, right? All right, we have these guys at level 45. Jesus, Ice is only level 40. Ice dies to fighting, though. We need to train him somewhere else. We'll get Seahorse a bit up, though. Why did you change the rewards? Wait, what did I change? I didn't change... I added new rewards. I changed, like, one reward. I changed the WoW reward to to like the anime WoW sound. They all said no? Oh, I know why. Because I literally moved them over. I literally moved them over to a new application where I have a lot more control. So that application, I have a lot more control over certain things, like audio and stuff. I'm still playing around with it. I just discovered it. It's actually pretty amazing. It has a lot of stuff. I think I could verse Metagross here, actually. Oh, I used Brian by accident, but it still worked out. Owen Wilson WoW was good too. I know. I tried to add it, but Owen Wilson WoW has so much background noise. I'll add an Owen Wilson WoW too. But it's gonna have background noise. It did before too, but I don't know. Let me think. Lucario is fighting Steel, so we should be fine because it's Dragon Fairy. Yeah, we should actually be fine just surfing Lucario over and over. Even Soul Rock. That's actually a good area. Blissey? Where did Blissey come from? Jesus. I don't want to verse no Blissey. Freaking putting me to sleep. I never noticed that. Yeah, so I'll put it back then. I'll put her back. I mean, why did I just use agility? What the hell? I'll put it back. Yes. Level up. One more level, baby. Also, Excadrill is going to be insane. Because Excadrill has, what's with the Wingull? Excadrill has Earthquake and Swords Dance. So if I could set up like a Swords Dance or two, he could actually sweep. Of course, it's a bit risky. His HP and defense... His defense sucks and his special defense, but his Why do I keep surfing? His HP is actually not bad. Good place to train. I know, right? I was surprised. If you could get a better ice Pokemon, that would be cool. Yeah, but I was surprised. Look at Beartic's stats. Beartic's attack is insanely high. So he's actually pretty... He's pretty decent. The only problem is that I really shouldn't have Charizard and Typhlosion on the same team with Beartic. Because there's 3 guys that just die to Rock. You know? But Beartic has Icicle Crash, which does 85. Only 90 accuracy, which is a bit risky. Rock Tomb's a bit risky as too. But he has some type coverage, so I kept him on the team for now. Almost as good stats as Lucario. Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, almost as good as Lucario? His speed is sucks. So Lucario's speed is better. But yeah, his HP is not bad. And his he's actually not as bad as like I expected. I don't know if I expected him to be bad, actually, even, to be honest. Because he looks cool. But when would you use them against a rock type? Yeah, that's true. But it's just... It's a bit like... I don't like having half my team weak to one type. That's all. You know? Like, with this team, rock is the only thing that's weak. Like 3 times weakness, I think. So if I had a rock Pokemon out, I would have to... If there was a rock Pokemon out, I mean, Seahorse would be able to take care of them, pretty much. But, you know, still. Lucario 525, Ice Bear 5... Oh, really? I didn't realize Lucario was so slow. Even though I literally just looked at it like a second ago. Yes! Dragon Pulse, yes! I didn't even realize you learned Dragon Pulse. Kingdra is a special attacker too, so this is even better. Hell yeah! Oh my god, this team is insane now. We're gonna probably have to train Ice somewhere else. He's too weak. He dies to fighting. Metagross. Metagross won't do anything to Ice, right? Ice beats... Wait, Ice beats Steel. No, Steel beats Ice. So, let's just fly somewhere that's, like, safer to train. We'll go here. Dragon Pulse, right? It's overall stats. Oh, that makes more sense. Oh, damn, that's not a big difference, actually, yeah. The attack and his HP do that for him, I think. It's so hard to remember what kills him. So Fire, Rock... So Ice dies by all the, like, stuff that are similar to it. Rock, Steel, and Fighting. Well, Fighting's not really... Like, Ice, Rock, and Steel are all similar. Rock and Steel kill Ice. Fighting kills Ice, and Fire kills Ice. Ground is not... He might have Rock moves. We're just gonna Icicle. Yeah, Icicle does quite a bit of damage. This is not a bad area to train. We've trained here a lot throughout this run. Which is kind of cool, like, I'm getting used to this area. That's just Aerial Ace. I wonder how much Aerial Ace... Ooh, a Prinlup. Let's see how Shadowclaw does. Shadowclaw's pretty powerful. Alright, let's go heal up. That's why Abomasnow has the worst typing of Grass. Yo, Ice is the worst type? Nah, I disagree, bro. I think Grass... you might be right, actually. But I feel like... I always felt like Grass was the worst type. Because at least Ice... Like, at least Ice Beam is, like, a pretty powerful move, right? And at least... I mean, there are some good Grass moves, too. But, like, at least Ice, like... You could counter Dragon, which is one of the most powerful types, right? I mean, before Fairy, at least. But Grass just sucks. Like Ice, you could counter Flying. You could counter, like a couple of... Wait, what else can you do? Ground, right? Ground dies from Ice. Flying dies from Ice. Dragon dies from Ice. And probably maybe one more. Or maybe that's it. But Grass just kills Water. And, what else does Grass kill? I don't even know. I can't believe Chess is still alive. I know, right? I've barely been using him, to be honest. Like, I've been using... Ooh, he has Rest? That's actually interesting. I don't want to give him Rest, though. I'd rather have the type coverage all around. I didn't have to use him much. Like, Aladdin was sweeping, because I could Mega Evolve him, right? And then I just used, like, Flamethrower, and with the stab damage, and with his special attack being, like, really high, pretty high, it does well. He had Ancient Power. Which is... I have to remember Ancient Power kills Baratic. I have to remember that. Grass kills... Oh, yeah. How do I literally forget about that? Yeah, Rock and Ground. Yeah. That's true. Grass does kill Rock, Ground, and Water. I think that's everything it kills. But... I don't know. It dies by so much. It dies by Poison. It dies by Bug. It dies by Fire. It dies by Flying. It dies by... Am I missing something? So it dies by 4 that I counted out now. Ice also dies to 4. Maybe I'm forgetting something. Aladdin revived with the Dragon Balls. I know, right? I know, Mega Charizard. No, Mega Charizard Y. I don't have Mega Charizard X. I want Mega Charizard X. Oh, no, I have Y. Yeah, I want X. Maybe I got it and I didn't even realize. We have so many... Look how many Mewtwo Knights we have. 4 freaking Mewtwo Knights. It's like the game wants us to catch a Mewtwo. Oh, we have another Charizard Y. We have a Mewtwo X. Mega Charizard Y doesn't improve special much. Yeah, it improves attack only, right? Which sucks, but it is what it is. He's probably not gonna give me much XP. We'll use Aerial Ace just to be curious. Okay. Aerial Ace. Actually, Aerial Ace is good against Paris. Just a quick kill. Icicle Crash. I do want a better ice move that's more accurate. But it is what it is. You're sure it was X? No, I wish it was X. X increases special attack, no? And X also changes the typing. Why did I use Icicle? I should have used Shadow Claw. I was kind of curious how much Rock Tomb would do. Can you just let me kill you? There you go. X is so good and gives Dragon. Yeah. He turns into Dragon... What? Dragon Fire? Because he's Fire Flying, right? Dragon Flying? I don't remember. We need to go up against more Hydreigon's. Pidgey gives like no XP. Yes, give me more. He gives good XP. Dragon Fire. So, ooh, that's a good typing, isn't it? What does Dragon Fire die to? I don't know what Ice does to Fire. I don't know if it's 1/2. If it's 1/2, then Ice doesn't do anything. Fairy's probably 2 times. Dragon's probably 2 times, obviously. I think Water is just normal. And then Rock would hit him. Rock would be able to hit him. Maybe. Wait, what kills Charizard again? Oh, because he's flying. Oh, never mind. Fairy. Y is faster? Oh, Y is faster. Not worth it though. Fairy. Yeah, what else kills it though? What do you mean not worth it, Fairy? What is your explanation? Ghastly gives XP. I mean, if he was a Gengar, but then if he was a Gengar, it would be harder to train against. I'll just Shadow Claw him twice. Stop Protect, he's gonna Aqua Jet. Oh, he did an Aqua Jet. Let's go heal up, not risking a death to random Pokemon. Why is not worth it? Because of speed. Wait, why is faster? Now I'm confused. Why is not worth it because of speed? But why is... You know what? We could just look this up. Alright, let's go to Charizard. I'm assuming this website... Oh, it does. Hell yeah. So when he's Fire Dragon... Jesus, look at those stats. Look at him normally. Jesus Christ! What were you guys saying? Look at his special attack as Mega Charizard Y. It's insane. When I actually prefer having Y. His speed is the same from X to Y. His HP remains the same. Nothing really happens to... Oh, I pressed that by accident. Nothing really happens to his attack. The only thing... So he raises a special defense. So he's a special. And then Charizard X is, you know, defense and stuff. Okay. He dies from Rock, Dragon, and Ground. This is pretty cool, though, that he only dies from 3 things. And because of Dragon, Water is just normal. Oh, that's literally what it said. Dragon, Rock, and Ground. I said Fairy, too, though. Why doesn't he die from Fairy? Is it because Fire... Fire is half against Fairy? Or Fairy's half against Fire? I didn't know that. Actually, I like that we got Y, then. You've been lied to by the devs. Hey, what's up, Mudge? Or maybe that website is lying to me. I'm an idiot. I forgot to change the background. You guys gotta remind me. So how did it go? You wanna tell me the deets? That's a dope Squirtle. Thanks, bro. It is a dope Squirtle. I caught him with my magic card. I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I caught him. I don't know. Let's go with the Shadow... Ooh, Sucker Punch is a scary looking move. Because it could be used scarily, but not in this case. But that's good to know. So when Mega Evolved, he's actually... His special attack is like that of a Legendary. No wonder I was sweeping with Flamethrower. I think this run's gonna be easy. The rest of the run. I don't wanna jinx it, but... I'm feeling good. Grand Bull gives good XP. We could probably train somewhere where it's like harder. Because these guys are easy to take out. But why take the risk? We're so close. They said I'll be finishing up the class and theoretically I can pass the class as long as I use all of the resources and do well on my finals. Nice. You better study all day, every day. Yeah? Not gonna see you during Friendsgiving. That sucks, though. This is my IRL friend, Diego. I guess Y is better, except for the type. Yeah, that's what it seems like. The typing seems better for X. I mean, it depends, right? If you're using physical attacks, then X is better. But also, if you're using dragon attacks, then you have stab damage. But if we look at like Flamethrower as a special attack move, Fly is physical, so that could be actually good. So my assumption is that they probably have like some dragon move, some physical dragon move on if I had X, Fly, and those types of moves. Like they could both be good, I'm sure. 'Cause I'm coming home again. There's like 2 rap songs I have on this backup playlist, and this is one of them. The song's so good. Alright, let's go heal up. They probably have it as like both are really close in quality. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They probably kept the same type for Y because increasing the special attack works out well with keeping like flamethrower stab damage and like fly and stuff like that. So you're internet went out? I was just saying you better study then and stuff. You better go hard, and it's kind of sad that we won't be meeting up this month. I mean, it is what it is, you know? You're gonna get copyrighted? Nope. You know why? Because the VOD won't have the music. I've separated the VOD music. I'm such a genius. Like, the past, like, 2 weeks, I've added so many, like, I don't know. I feel like I've been on top of adding stuff to stream and making it better. Like, in ways that people can't really see. There are some new channel points that you guys are more than welcome to try out, which are pretty cool too, but yeah. Yeah, the YouTube video is not going to have this music, and neither is the blah, blah, blah. English, it's hard. Yes! He tries to learn Blizzard? Blizzard only has 70 accuracy, though, and he's a physical attacker. We're not going to give it to him. That's pretty insane, though. Okay, everyone's level 45. I'm feeling good. We're going to go versus the gym. I have 17k. Nice. Ooh, smart. I know, right? It took me a long time. I used to use desktop audio and just get rid of desktop audio in VODs. But then if like we're watching something, then you guys don't hear it. Like if we do something with desktop audio, it doesn't come through in the VOD. So I've been able to split the audio even further. The only problem is when people send me TikToks and stuff, and the TikTok might have copyrighted music. Then it gets a bit dicey there. But look at this, okay? Look at this. I watch Miskiff, right? Are you telling me that they would ban me? Okay. When you have this guy, okay, that literally makes a video titled Reacting to Spotify Top 800 Most Streamed Songs of All Time. Streams it, uploads it as a YouTube video. Like, come on. I'm feeling okay. Hey, wasn't that cool? Sakai-san. Hats off advance. Read it, bro. It says you could choose the hat, essentially. Whoopsies. It's cool, right? Oh, I love it. Shout out to the guy who made it. I had to set it up with a bunch of different stuff, but there was some guy that actually made it. It's so cool, bro. I was talking, though. Now you guys didn't hear what I said. I didn't even realize that you did that. Whatever. Whatever.
Why do you have to do this to me? I'm just a monkey. We have such sad lives as monkeys. People don't respect us. Because we go ooh ooh ah ah. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Isn't that cool, man? Isn't that cool? I spent all day yesterday adding all these things and trying to end the day before a bit. I did do the face thing, yeah. Actually, also when someone subs, when someone does cheers, when someone raids, when someone hosts, I added faces for all of that. Because Cortez asked me the other day, he's like, can you make a animate, like, avatar state? Go to the avatar state. So I wasn't able to do that exactly, but I kind of did. When if someone subs, you'll see it. But I have to make it longer. It only stays for 5 seconds. The sub thing. Sub extend, or 7 seconds, I think. I'll extend it to like 12 seconds or something. Mom, can you pick me up? I'm scared. It's mad weird, right? Someone should redeem it when someone dies of Pokemon. True. Oh. Yeah. Ping, why did you take off the mod redeem? I took off the mod redeem a long time ago. Because I decided that it should be like based off merit and stuff. Wait, do I have a link for... I don't think we have a link for... I'm gonna make a link for mod applications. We also have mod applications, you know? I think VIP requests makes more sense for something that's redeemable. I'm gonna add audio and visuals, hopefully, to every single reward. That's my plan. So, you know when you say hi and stuff, hi, I'm new? Like, I want to add, like, some sound or something there and stuff like that. That's gonna take time, though. Tomorrow, I'm probably gonna have to spend time editing this. I have already, like, 20 hours of content for this game.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Thank you, bro. I try. It's a cool-looking gym. What the hell? To succeed, you need the power of belief. Oh. A wooga? What's a wooga? I don't know what a wooga is. Sorry, I don't know what a wooga is. I don't know what a wooga is. Isn't that cool, too? I added that one, too. Oh. Alright, let's see what Pokemon he is. Sekai Saemo. Okay, he has level 41 Pokemon, which is kind of high, but not as high as I expected. We could change for some super effective damage, but I want to just Icicle crash him, because I feel so... Jesus, he died. He only had one trainer. What the hell? What the hell? Bro. My character be walking on nothing. The anime face thing? Oh my god. Wait, are you talking about what I think you're talking about? Oh, never mind. You're talking about this? Awooga, like that? I thought you were talking about, what's that thing that girls make? Like, their eyes are in the back of their, like, head, and their tongue is out or whatever? I thought that's what you were talking about. I don't know the anime thing. Yo, this is sick! I like this gym a lot. This is so unique. I've never seen a gym like this. I mean, we're gonna verse all trainers regardless. Fear of the unknown is humanity's worst vice. True. Well, is it the worst vice? It's true, though. I love how my character looks. Is it all electric type? It's interesting. This guy's Pokemon are like level 39. Terrifying. True enlightenment entails understanding one's shortcomings. Jesus. Got a philosopher here. Philadelphian moment. Yeah. Is that what you meant? I don't even know how to make that face. Like, I don't know. That's freaking weird, man. I don't want to do that. What, like... Bruh. I don't know, bro. It's mad weird, bro. Now I feel weird, bro. Alright, see you, Diego. Bye-bye. I feel weird doing that. Why you guys have to make me do that? Jesus. Anyway. What an interesting spot. It looks like that's where the gym leader is, but... we have to go all around. Don't let the mist play tricks on your mind. Well, it is playing tricks on my mind. I have no idea where to go. We could probably Shadow Claw. I thought that would do more. We're gonna Rock Tomb. And Shadow Claw for the win. Rhyhorn. Let's get some stab damage here. Let's get a Surf. Intriguing. You truly have a strong will to succeed. I love this gym. These people actually sound like normal people. Half the gyms are like, "Heh, I could beat you." And then you just beat them and they're like, "Oh, well." And then that just ends it. I first saw the leader quitting, much like I first saw your defeat. Oh, I wonder what she's gonna say once I beat her. Imagine I lose someone to her. Roselia. We gotta keep Ice. Ice is actually owning right now. You're in control of your destiny. New leaders from another region. I'm actually excited to see the new leader. Mudge, this is like this is a Pokemon ROM hack. It's like a totally different... it's a fan-made game, essentially. It's pretty cool, though. You're such a weirdo, bro. I didn't get ready for it! I'm sorry. That's my fault. I wasn't able to get ready... oh, what was the next Pokemon? I didn't pay attention. Oh, damn it. My bad. I hear it late. I hear it late for some reason. Because it's a bit laggy because there's so much going on. What is Maractus? On the screen or whatever? Let's do that. Mega Evolution and just kill it. Jeez, you had a lot of... My Pokemon are a reflection of my abilities. Okay. Oh my god. There's so many trainers here. Only the pure of mind can endure this gym. You took a screenshot? Listen. Oh my god, Groudon? I do what I can for the... Ooh, Icicle Crash will... Oh my god, that did so much damage. Why am I taking the risk? It didn't even do as much damage as I expected. Alright, Chest, you're up. Oh my god, why'd I change to Chest? Alright, Seahorse. Oh, there we go. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot. It's like my first time playing this game. Ah, Meganium, are you serious? Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We got Aladdin. Oh my god. Oh. All our Pokemon are burns, bro. I gotta go back and heal. I think the next one is the gym leader, so. Oh. Cool rewards, right? I gotta add a... There's a lot of cool a lot of cool things I could add. The only problem is, they're only good if I'm in full face cam. And no one wants to see my face in full. And I was just like, I'm playing Pokemon and stuff, you know? So, I don't know how I would implement that, like, well. In the future, that could become a thing, though. Hello, how long would I slide? Separate my side. By the way, you could add music if you'd like. Believe it's fair. I hope that we verse the gym now. I think we verse the gym. There's another trainer. Have you taken a wrong turn? Probably. Let's just kill you with Chest. I think... Oh my god. Now we get access to the leader? Really? This literally goes to nothing. That looks sick though, look at that. You can make that like your background or something. Alright, so the gym leader is definitely going to pop up once I go there. I kind of want to heal up our guy first. I don't want to run all the way back because I'm a lazy piece of shite. So let's just super potion him. I'm kind of scared for this battle. Let's use Savior. You gotta go? Alright, see you much. Thanks for popping in, bro. Sumimasen? No worries. Go study, bro. I'll enjoy. Arigatou gozaimasu. Mwah. Right outside. Where are you, Jim? Ooh, it teleports me? That's sick. Wait, who even is that? What the hell? Welcome to the Pokemon League trip. Wait, that's not right. Welcome to the Presimo's gym. Will. Kanto. Oh, that is so cool. He's the. Wait, what? Who is that? Will? Kanto region? I don't even recognize that. Kanto region. Will Elite 4. Which one's Will? Yeah, isn't it these guys? Who's Will? I'm so lost right now. How long would I slide? Separate my side. I don't. Yeah, there's no Will. Oh, wait. What? Is he Will from Emerald? No, that's Wallace. Who the hell is Will? Oh, here. Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Oh, he's not from Kanto, he's from Indigo. He's from Indigo region. Bro, this game got the regions wrong. Where is Will, though? I want to see his face. Does no one care about Indigo region? Wait. Kanto is Indigo. Bro, I'm so lost right now. Will's the first of the Kanto Elite 4. Okay, Kanto Elite 4. I'm thinking Johto is the first gen, Kanto is second, right? Like where is UB, bro? Indigo. Can I see your face? Here, Will. Oh. Itsuki. That's why I got confused. I don't even remember Will. I remember Koga and I remember Bruno. I don't even remember Will and Karen, really. Such a bad Pokemoner. Mills, what's up? You're not new. How are ya? Ooh, a Cranidos. This is gonna get intense real quick. We're not gonna take a risk with a Swords Dance. We're just gonna Earthquake right away here. Because he could Earthquake too, or do something with ground. And that would be super effective. Let's go! One hit KO. You just woke up? Jesus, what time is it? Long time no see. I'm doing good. I'm feeling great. Laleep. How are you doing? Let's use... We'll use Ice against Laleep. What if I named him Ice? Her Ice. 6:35 a.m.? Jesus. You gonna get ready for school or something? Bulbasaur. You know what? Let's get Tofu some XP here. Let's get Tofu some XP. Helioptile. Helioptile. Nah, ground and fighting. Yeah. Let's get Savior in here for this one. Actually, I don't think he'll be able to do much on me, so I could Swords Dance, but I don't need to. Let's just Earthquake. Art chips. Alright, see you, Mills. Bye-bye. Thanks for pooping in. Archie ups. Ice, Steel, Water, Electric. Oh yeah, he's like flying or whatever. Wait, he dies from water? Let's go with Let's go with Ice again. Let's go. Jesus, we barely took any damage. That was amazing. I can't believe it. The rumors of unknown in orbitus drew me here. Oh, there's unknown here? Oh, that's cool. You've made me want to say, yo, I just got chills. That was just like an anime, bro. It just sounded cool. I don't know. Oh, you take control of your destiny. Oh, yo, this gym is like the coolest gym in any game. And he gives Calm Mind. That makes sense. I assume part of the Indigo League's Elite Four. I grew tired of the politics. I love Kanto in search of enlightenment. That's so... I'm getting chills. This is so cool. Tales of the Ruins say they're swarming with unknown. Well, there'll be a random Pokemon, but, you know. Oh, this takes me right to the... Imagine... Wow, so there's gonna be a scene. There's always a scene after the gym. What? My rival actually doesn't come up to me and say something? Like, I'm gonna burst you. That's actually surprising. How many times in this game have we versed... How many times in this game have we had to do something after a gym battle? Wait. We don't have... Oh, Max Ocean. We don't have access to anything, really. What do we have access to? Because we don't have Dive. We weren't able to get into the city without Waterfall. My assumption is that we're going to have... Am I genius? We're going to have access to this area now? And be able to push forward? That's my assumption. Let's try. Because if I remember correctly, there was a cave here. And there was no way out of the cave. I don't remember why there was no way out of the cave. But I remember there was no way out of the cave. So I'm assuming we have a way out of the cave now. Be where I'm going in the sunshine of Sceptile. Oh, that's cool. Our Pokemon are looking sexy. I'm so happy about this run. It's so fun. Also, it's very interesting to see that, like, I think in the first game, like, or, like, in Gen 3, your Pokemon don't go up that high. It seems like we're gonna have, like, level 60 Pokemon, by the end of this, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, there was a guy blocking the road here, I think. Winner gets the fossil. Oh, I came here in one of my previous runs. I forgot to do this run though. Let's get the sail fossil. We don't need... Oh yeah, we don't need that Pokemon. I mean, oh, this guy's still here. Never mind. We literally don't have access to this. That's a bit depressing. It's not depressing, it's just... I think this is just... We gotta get out of this area now. So they don't give us access to that yet. Where can we go? I'm wondering. My spacebar was all wonky for a second. Imagine I could fly to Overease Island. Sablo Tower. I don't remember what my rival was saying. He was saying something about versing. Huh. Ansel Bay we don't have access to because we don't have that. I guess we'll just have to figure it out. My assumption is we're just gonna travel and eventually get Waterfall. Because we don't have Waterfall now. Unless I check and we somehow got it. No, we don't have Waterfall. I was right. Wait, can he learn Flamethrower? Oh, no, I can't. My love. And there's no dive either. Ooh, can we do this now? Welcome to the tour. Oh. I love going to the hotel. Oh, maybe I have to talk to people in the hotel and then I get access to dive. Yo, I'm a genius. Not really, but I've talked to everyone here. Unless they give me access to someone now that I didn't have access to before. Like, yo, you. Can I talk to you, bro? He keeps running away from me. Maybe I gotta buy something. Nah, I'm not buying anything. Oh, yeah, I didn't have access to this before. Now I have access to it. Oh, I could finally use this background. I haven't been using this background at all. There are some shady folks upstairs. Ooh. Team Rocket. Team Rocket. I'm not suspicious. Nah, I don't think you're suspicious. Wait! You are suspicious. That's actually funny. Ooh, a Blastoise. That's a sexy Pokemon to push out. Let's use a Wood Hammer here. Piloswine. Isn't Piloswine the big ground guy? So I could use water or grass on him. We're gonna change into Seahorse here just to get some more XP from other guys. I haven't used Dragon Pulse. I'm innocent, I swear. Look like a burglar. Jesus. What the hell? That was so weird. What the hell? Did they just take over the hotel? I'm just your everyday burglar. What the hell? There's just burglars around here. This is so weird. Let's go with the Wood Hammer. Hold me tight, hold me tight. We're taking too much damage. Gotta be a little careful now. These guys, you win for today. Tomorrow I'll come back and beat you. Alright, leave. All I found is this gold ring. Give it to me, bro. What? They're literally stealing and... Jesus Christ. Okay, this is really cool, though. I like that they added in, like something very different. Like, it has nothing to do with... Like, they're burglars. Or maybe it has something to do with the main story. Hey, I need you, hey, babe. Their Pokemon are a bit strong, though. I know it's randomized, but... Jesus, look at that. Speeding up. I'm a genius. Alright, let's look at the outskirts first. Jesus, there's so many of them. It's like a freaking team. It's not just burglars. Alright, let's go in here. We can't... Oh, the door is locked. Okay. Ooh, can we rest here? Bro, come on. You're giving me a bed and I can't rest? You gotta be kidding me, bro. What a terrible hotel room, too. Literally just has a trash clan. Trash clan. Has a trash. It has a bed and has a plant and a door. Ooh, Kangaskite. Oh, can we use this bed? Sometimes you could only use like one, but they all look the same. Nope. Oh, what if I use this one? Oh, what the hell? Remember to delete your history, kids. Oh, that's funny. It's a pretty picture of a Pokemon. It looks like it's feeling good. What the hell is this person doing in this room, bro? Is he jerking off? Once we find that artifact... Why am I talking to you? Ooh, they came here for an artifact. We're gonna fly. Jesus, Swords Dance. Ammonite is water. Well, actually, we could have changed into I didn't say anything, huh? Probably should have changed to Cedra there. Let's first you. We don't have an agenda. Ooh, what the hell? He's fast asleep. That's funny. He doesn't even know what's going on. The paycheck is gonna be astronomical. Okay. Okay, now it's getting interesting. Why did I use that move? We could use fly against you too. Your battling skill. After this job, I could afford a room here. Another intruder. I won't let you take my things. Oh, that's so cool. You have a high level freaking Pokemon, bro. Floetti. I think flamethrower is fine there. How extraordinary. You're not a burglar. Do I look like a burglar? Oh. Yo, do you have something in here? It's all complicated words and numbers that make no sense. Oh. What the heck? Come on, hey, yo. Oh, me, I'm no crook. Come on, give us better lines. Yo, flamethrower is so good. Oh my god. This song is from One Piece. What a sexy song. Ooh, I found money. What in tarnation are you doing? Let's show him. This is cool. Oh, please don't use explosion. We're gonna use fly just because he can use an electric move. I'm just gonna use icicle crash and hope it does good damage. Hey, it killed him. So fly should be able to hit him now. Okay, flamethrower should kill him. And then we'll change out. I'll just aerial ace you. Well, shucks. Oh no! They call me Coletta's Big Money on account of my big money. Pazzo money, I hear. There's a rich people in here. They afford these Pokemon. They don't earn them. I love this frickin' song. I won't let you get into this room. Oh, that's where the artifact is. Why would you hide what you're trying to steal? Why don't you look for it? Joke's on you, the door was locked anyway. Okay. Moving until the boss gives the signal. The fat cats that stay here are too rich. I'll balance their checkbooks. Ooh, it's getting political. Let's just flamethrower you. I'm so proud of this. You're obstructing justice. It's not vigilism if it's right. Get out of my room. Yo, she's pretty hot. I mean, what? We're just gonna flamethrower lickety-lickety. Yo, he's actually just coming in clutch right now. I always forget this guy's typing. Let's Dragon Pulse. I think that's the first time we used Dragon Pulse. Oh, wrong typing, wrong typing. Let's go with Tofu to get some XP. I forgot he had leftovers. Go away. You can't just barge into a gal's room like that. Listen, you're not wrong. What do you got on your computer, though? Oh, never mind. One of these rooms must have what we're looking for, but you're not even looking. You're pacing back and forth. Jesus, I'm running out of flamethrowers. Ooh, he was faster than me. Let's get Seahorse in. And Easy Surf. I'm still making bank. It's got to be somewhere around here. What? You're not even looking. It's in this room, isn't it? It's literally in this room. These guys are so stupid. Before I get the item they were looking for, I'm going to verse all the trainers that I've missed. Because I'm pretty... I feel like I've missed some trainers. And I'd like to get the XP. Wait, did I verse them already? Oh. I have. Did I... Oh, okay. So I've actually... I've versed everyone. And it happens to be in this area. Imagine speedrunning this. Spell tag. Okay, that is not what they were looking for. What? Maybe I don't know where the artifact is. One of these paintings might be it. That would be so cool. If you touch it and it's like, hey, this is the painting. That's weird. I actually don't know where it is. I'm gonna go heal up. Just in case I find it accidentally and it just gets crazy. And then it should be cool. Let's get physical. Let's get Wait, what? I thought it was let's get physical. Sign up right now. Want to hear something extraordinary? Try using dive. I don't have dive. Okay, so green shards are... You could dive for green shards. I don't even know what green shards really give you. Yeah. I'm obviously missing something here. It'd be really funny to me if one of the artifacts is just randomly here, but... I don't know. I don't know where it is. Am I supposed to find a key or something? None of these guys gave me a key. Maybe I'm just supposed to check out all the... I mean, he said artifact. He didn't say painting. I don't know why I'm checking the paintings. Let me talk to the guy again. Finding that artifact. What do you call it? Maybe they're hidden in plants? You beat all of the other guys? Fight me then. Ah, there we go. Oh, so you're forced to verse all the guys here. A level 42 Kakuna. Nice. Who could have seen this coming? Anyone. It's okay if I move. The boss gave me the symbol. Ooh, what the hell is this? This is so cool. I get you're probably here to take me out, but if we wake up that guy, we'll both be in hot water. What? Let's get this over, but quietly. What a funny guy. We should be good with surf here. Agaslash. Agaslash dies to fire. So we're gonna Mega Evolve and just Flamethrower him. Yes! Uh-oh, he's waking up! Sounds like we woke him up. The treasure isn't worth going to jail. That old lady didn't even promise me a big reward for me ever. Anyway. I love how they're just here. They're like unprofessional burglars. Oh! What was all that noise? How'd you get in here? You must be room service. Are you eyeing my prize on the table? Don't be embarrassed, I don't blame you. This is a tablet idol. It's one of many, actually. The story goes that the tablets around the region react to a special metal. I'm supposed to deliver this to the city lab. I'm not gonna let work interrupt my vacation, though. I paid extra for this suit. You deliver it for me? Well, how's a man meant to turn down an offer like that? Oh, right, he sees my Redwood card. Oh, that's so true. Oh, that's so cool. Wow, I wonder if I could steal his other thing on the table. Just don't go giving it to strangers. That would be disastrous. I'll heal your Pokemon. Oh, I might be forced into a battle now. Or when I leave the room. I love how he just goes back to bed. He doesn't even let me leave. Wait, can I steal your thing? Silk scarf. I don't really need a silk scarf. You could have it back. You're just sleeping. Alright, whatever. Watch, we're gonna verse a guy right now. 100%. Oh. Oh, I guess not. You could go back to your room, bro. I hope I switched my computer off. Oh my god, this is so funny. Oh, this game is golden. Hey, this is the life, just relaxing on the beach. Well, we've got work to do. Let's battle. I'm not ready. You're so lazy. Or maybe just scared. You know what? F you, Sub. I'll battle you right now. I'm gonna take out our rival like it's nothing, baby. Gengar? He has a Gengar? That's actually kind of annoying. We could Shadow Claw, though, so not that annoying. Let's go! Actually demolished him. Krabby. Ooh. Yeah, we'll go with chest. I don't really want to go with chest, but we don't have any electric moves, so. Mew? Jesus. Aladdin, you're carrying today. I think Shadow Claw is... Yeah, Shadow Claw is good. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Oh my god, thank god. Imagine I didn't kill him. That would have been so scary. Why does he have all these annoying type Pokemon? Sigilyph is a bit annoying as well. Oh no, this is his starter. We could go starter against starter. He dies to Dark Ice, Ghost Electric, Rock. But we're not gonna do that. Go out, Ice. You need more XP. Icicle Corral. Oh! Critical hit Psychic did a lot of damage. Jesus. Ninkata. Alright, Tofu. Your time to shine, baby. No, I didn't pay attention. I was a mistake. I think we could Flamethrower. Yeah, we're fine here. I'm not crying. There's sand in my eyes. Oh, we made him cry. I suppose this is a good thing. It means you've been training well. Oh. What do you say? I want to give him a shot? I'm getting chills. It's like he's an actual friend. We're going diving together. It's not like we just battle and that's it. Oh, good job, whoever created this game. Yeah. Wait, before we go there, let's heal up, because that was actually a bit close at sometimes. Just had some random psychic ghost dark Pokemon like out of nowhere. We're gonna get dive here, I'm sure. So we haven't really changed Savior at all. We'll put him and Tofu up. Just because of the level differences. I can't believe Chest is still like insanely high level. Alright, let's go in. Pong, are you ready? Yeah. 2 tickets. Don't worry, I'll pay for you. Aw, that's so sweet, bro. What a nice guy. Welcome to Persimos Depths. Now that we're out here, I've got some great nudes. Here's dive. I mean, we did pay for it, I guess. I'll see you guys underwater. Whoa, that's awesome. See you on the other side. That is awesome, actually. This is cool. This is actually really cool. No Pokemon game has really taught you how to dive. They kind of just give it to you. Not like it's hard to dive, but you know. All right, let's. Do I want to teach dive to you though? And it's a physical attack. Kingdra is a special attack. We could take out Brine, I guess. But Brine is so good because it could hit with double damage. So I don't really want to take out Brine. Dive is actually not good for Kingdra. Let me look up what Kingdra learns. Excuse me. It looks like it might learn Hydro Pump at level 51. Dragon Dance? Jesus Christ. So, Dragon Dance raises attack and speed. The thing is, he's a special attacker. So I don't know how useful that is, really. Oh no, he has all the same stats. What am I saying? Wait, why did I write him down that he's a special attacker? Oh, because Seadras is a special attacker. So we got attack and speed here. Oops. Where was I? We got attack and speed virtually the same. So dive is actually not bad, but...
Eoples is now following.
Oh. Thank you for the follow. Arigatou gozaimasu. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I go back and just give someone else dive. Like an HM slave. Let's see. I might actually try that out. But we went all the way here. I don't know what area this is. Oh, this is literally next. I was kind of far, but I mean... Jesus, that is... Oh, that's not far. I'm an idiot. It's literally to the left of the island. Okay. So we could just go here. And find a replacement. I think I already healed up, but... Who can learn... Yeah, I did already. We could probably give it to Ars. And he's also not bad, so in case we have to use him. Which I highly doubt, but... At least he's not like a terrible Pokemon. Who do we replace for now? Just to dive. I don't know how important diving is going to be. Well, we have 2 fire guys. Aladdin 2 just is insane. We could leave Tofu here for now. He has leftovers, but... Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. I was thinking maybe I give leftovers to our main guy here. Chest. But we have Focus Slash on him, which might be more important, especially since it's a Nuzlocke. Okay, let's go back to dive. Wait. We can just dive somewhere else. We don't need to dive where the... Wait, what? Are you serious? He doesn't learn dive? Oh my god. That's so weird. Well, I mean... He's a starter. I guess when he evolves, he might learn dive. I'm not... Why do I keep healing? I'm not even sure if he learns dive. Alright, let's try teaching it to... Sucky. Sucky, you might be useful here. If you could... I feel like you could learn dive. I have a feeling. Yes, let's go. You don't even have that bad of a moveset, but... Might as well teach you Surf, just in case. I don't know. Surf is a good move. Yeah, that's fine. I don't like leaving Typhlosion behind. But it is what it is. We'll leave Tofu behind. Let's dive. First time diving, baby. Oh, look, there's other divers. Oh, that's so cool. Glug Glug, this is so cool, Pong. Oh, that's our guy. Oh, this is so cool. Alright, I actually had a background for this, but I was scared that my my computer wouldn't be able to handle it. But you know what? F it. I want this to look good. So I'm gonna add the other one back. Let's just go here. Gaia backgrounds. Oh, we're gonna add it back. Isn't the background cool? It like moves and everything. I'm gonna say Gaia underwater. One moment, please. There we go. We're gonna loop it. Close file when inactive. And yeah. Should be playing. There we go. This is behind the scenes, guys. Behind the scenes. The last step. I know you can't see my face. The last step is to make it match with my button. So when I click the button, it just works. Hey, we got it working. Awesome. Isn't that cool? It's like the same color. I don't think this is considered a new area. I'm like almost sure it's not. Well, it's just diving. But let's just see what it says. I think it'll just say that. Okay, it says nothing. This is not a new area, so we can't catch a new Pokemon. Oh my god, an Axu would be so sexy though. We can't catch it. What the hell? Oh, I thought that was a team. I thought that was a bad guy. Are there trainers down here? That's so cool. Tour buddy, we should duel. What? How are you standing underwater? Oh, he has a scuba diver thing. Earthquake is perfect here. Yes. Scolepity is like a grass poison guy. I wish we had Tofu here just to get some XP, but we'll just flamethrower him for an easy kill. I love how the sunshine goes through. Glug, glug, glug. It's so peaceful down here. I don't know. How does it sound? I'm kind of curious which... Let's listen. Oh, they took it from Gen 3, I think. Cornberry. Well, that's when they introduced, maybe? Is that when they introduced? Dive first Pokemon game. It might have been Gen 3. Yeah, it was Gen 3. Okay, so it makes sense that they use that. Poopy, what's up, Mills? Welcome back. What did... No item here? What the heck? Alright, let's just go back here. So, it looks like we went throughout this whole area. Ooh. Wait, can we gain access to that? What the hell's that? Relic gold. That sounds important. Huh. Did you eat or something? Oh, we don't get to the other side like that. Okay. A Groudon level 40. Jesus Christ. A protein. What are these Pokemon? Jesus. They're faster than me too. I might have to change. I'm not on hardcore, but this is a ROM hack. So it's pretty cool, is what it is. Hey, a Drillbur. Hey, a Ferrothapatapa. I think we... Oh! I didn't even realize there's a double battle here. Earthquake is a bit scary here. Let's change to Seahorse. And let's use Fly against Slackoth. Low. Yeah, this isn't hardcore, but it's a randomizer Nuzlocke. Yeah, that's it. And it's Pokemon Gaia, which is a ROM hack. It's pretty fun. Oh, he missed his Rock Blast. Rock Blast could be annoying. Wait, will Surf hit Aladdin? Don't tell me Surf will hit Aladdin. Imagine I kill my own guy. It does hit Aladdin! Oh my god! I'm such an idiot! Of course it hits Aladdin. I just thought because he was flying. Oh my god. Switch out, switch out, switch out, switch out, switch out. You have a nice looking team? Yeah, the team is good, but I'm an idiot like that. Alright, see you, Mills. I make dumb mistakes like that, please. Oh, what should I call you? Yiyo, please? Alright, let's Dragon Pulse here. I'll just cut. Yeah, this team is good, though. Well, we're doing pretty good. We also over-leveled chest. Jesus, I'm an idiot. What is this area, though? Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Prismos Depths. Oh, this is the depths area. How did I miss that? Oh, this is a new area of the area. Okay. I think Earthquake is super effective. Why you gotta endure, bro? Genesect. Jesus Christ. Oh, Genesect dies to fire, but I'm an idiot where my fire guy's like on fire. We're gonna change to Aladdin and heal up. Imagine I throw an Ultra Ball by accident and then he kills Aladdin. That would be so sad. My name sounds different in Spanish, so call it whatever you want. Oh, your name sounds different in Spanish? I could try saying it in Spanish. I took Spanish for many years in school, but I can't really speak it. I can understand it okay-ishly though. Where's Hyper Potion? Oh, there it is. Hey, welcome back, Diego.
Hello?
Oh, so you did make it back. I almost killed Aladdin. I used Surf in a double battle like an idiot. Hey, what's up, Nico? You went fast? Nice. What, you were pooping in the bathroom or something? Okay. Yo? Yo, I'll call you Yo. That sounds so cool. It's okay, it's okay. He's alive. It's alive. Everyone's alive. Like, watch this. We just demolished the freaking Genesect, okay? I'm just not in the element. Bro, you have an insane Pokemon. You're doing fine. Your life is fine, okay? I went fast to do something else. Oh. To poop? Now I'm Yo. Yo is cool, bro. Unless you don't like it. It's so easy to get lost. True. It is easy. It's also so easy to kill your Pokemon because Earthquake. Which way? Left or right? Left, bro. Is that an item? I feel like the items... Oh, it is. Okay, good. It is easy to get lost. I don't even know where I am now. That's an electric boy. Why did I use Earthquake? That was so stupid. I literally said it was an electric boy whilst... Sometimes I'm retarded. The cooler Yo. Exactly. Yo is cool because you're like, yo, you know? It's like, yo, what's up? Alright, this looks like it leads to something. Edishore Reach. New area, new Pokemon, baby. What are we gonna... we don't really need a new Pokemon, but what are we gonna get? What names you guys want? What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? Alright, can you pop up with a Pokemon name? Oh! It's a Makuhita. We've used Makuhita in previous Nuzlocke runs, okay? And Makuhita, he's actually good. But I don't want him. Yeah, Mac too. What, do you have a crab thingy? I just had him in the party so I could use dive. Close enough. Zapdos would be a cool name though. And a cool Pokemon to pop up. Oh, I have to write down. Where is it? Edamist something. Edishore. Jesus, these names are so confusing. Oh, Clink. What is this area? Edishore Reach. I have to write it down so I don't forget. We'll try to go for Makuhita. Yeah. Mac 2. Your Twitter was hacked? Oh, that sucks. I hope you could get it back, man. By the way, okay? By the way, if you want to watch the other Nuzlocks to see who Makuhita was on our previous runs, there's the YouTube link. Self-promo. Shameless. Anyway, let's continue. This area actually looks really cool. Wait, can I talk to you? Sand is formed from rocks. Knowledge. Which are slowly worn down by the waves. I'm here collecting samples. Ooh, thanks for soft sand. Actually, soft sand is useful. It's for ground type moves, so we could give it to Savior. We should probably give more items to our Pokemon. A Pharaoh. Now it's okay, I think? Oh, okay, that's good then. What a weird area. Like, I don't even know. Oh, Jesus, what terrible... No. Flamethrower. The only way you could get here is with dive, I think, which is kind of sucky. You should get the item that prevents one shot. I do have Focus Slash on chest, actually. I have it specifically on him because, you know, because, yeah, I'm scared of that. We got Ice Cream coming in. Yeah, get out of here. Go make me proud, kid. I'm not your son. Well, I didn't say that you are, but... Alright. This is such a cool looking area. You're from Silento Town? You're a long way from home. You must be a strong trainer. Yo, that's... Jesus, you're a strong trainer too. Are you serious? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Are you serious? I'm confused and sleeping? Bro. Bro. How do you sleep for this long? Wasting my Hooper potions. Actually, I might as well super potion on this. Where's my super duper potion? I'm an idiot. You know what? F it. Maybe we'll run out of it. Here's some fresh water. You cannot hurt me. Oh. Tempo. The reason we're not doing hardcore is because we did a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke right before this one. And it was really hard, so I wanted a bit of a break. And I thought this would be fun. Superior. Can't escape? Oh, God. Why are you faster than me? Because you're superior? Alright, let's use... We haven't used... Yeah, we'll use you first. I just cursed you, okay? If you just curse me, try to beat me. Curses. Practice magic in my free time. I haven't had much success, that's funny. Cosmic Caverns, look at that artwork. It looks so cool. I don't want to go here yet, though. I want to come here with my full team. I'm kind of annoyed that... Is this the only way to get to Edishore Town? Okay, there was a guy here that didn't let us gain access to Edimist Heights. I'm gonna assume he's still there. So this is kind of weird. We could go to Kato Surf. Let's just go there. We're just ignoring everything. We're not playing how the game wants us to play. We still have Dive. Who do we take out? We'll just keep this team. I want to go to the other town. Hey, Chingling. Sounds like a racist. Oh, there's rocks here. They literally block it off from you. That's so interesting, actually. Okay, so the game wants you to... It forces you to go this way. Interesting. Interesting. Now we have to go all the way back. But we healed everyone, so it's not the worst thing. Also, it looks like there's one correct way for going here. Ooh, did I just miss that? I literally missed this area. Kashita koto mo aru tsumeta... Yveltal? Yveltal. I freaking always forget his type. Dark Flying. So he dies to ice. Should I be scared if I get Beartic out? Nah, I think he's okay. I think Ice is a guy. He is a legendary. Yeah, I know that. He's from Pokemon Y. I picked Pokemon Y because he looks so cool instead of Pokemon X ill, you know? And Pokemon X is cool too. Can you not miss your attacks? There you go. Good job. Damn it, I didn't read it. Oh. Well, I'm so stupid. He's an electric steel, right? Electric dies to ground, but steel dies to like fire and rock and stuff. But then does he love it? Yeah, rock to him. What? Zucchini on my mind. Let's just Earthquake? Okay. I picked Pokemon X just because Charizard X is the coolest Pokemon. Wait, what? Charizard X? But Mega Evolution came in Omega Alpha, no? Mega Evolution, first game. Oh, it came in Pokemon X and Y? Am I stupid? Was it in Omega? It was in Omega Ruby though, right? And Alpha Sapphire. Yeah, it was. Okay. I don't know, like, I've played every Pokemon game, and I'm still stupid. Alright, let's see what this is. Dude, why do you think it's called Pokemon X and Y? Oh! I didn't realize that. Direhead is good. I wonder what happens if we just follow... Okay, this leads to nothing. We're forced to dive here. こかの遠くへ行き失せても今までしてくれたことは忘れずにいたいよ That's one of my favorite songs, bro. So beautiful. Alright, so it's actually not as confused. Now I'm confused. What the hell is this? I was not confused and now I'm... Let's go to the bag. Baby. Okay, it looks like we're kind of forced to go left here. I want to see what is right though. What's on the right? Like, are there any items we could get if we dive here? Whoa! Whoa! She said whoa too. Let's get the underwater gang here. You scared me. Yo, you scared me too. I didn't expect someone to be here. Jesus, you have a legendary Pokemon? Uxie is like psychic or something, right? Baby. Yeah, it's psychic. All three of those are psychic. Oh, speaking of, I can't wait for the new game to come out. We could change into... We could actually... Rock Slide for some damage. Rock Slide for some more damage. And then just Rock Slide. Why'd you endure? That was actually mad smart. Really annoying, but smart. You know what? We're just gonna Shadow Claw you. Well, I should have done this from the beginning. Eddie. Wow, there's a Starmie. Like, why? You know, we could probably kill the Starmie with Aladdin, but... let's just Woodhammer. We're actually flying through the game now. Fungus. Fungus evolves into Amoonguss. Alright. Almost level 50. Let's go. Jesus, we're gonna have to start... we're gonna have to start training Chet. Oh no, he's almost 60. Jesus Christ, never mind. Ooh, PP Max. I like peeing. Okay, let's see what's here. Alright, so this area actually... We kind of explored it fully. Amoonguss, exactly. This... Am I an idiot? Does this lead to... Yeah, this leads to where we were before. Okay. I am an... Huh? Wait, I can't run away? Prevent escape with Magnet Pull. Wait, can I change Pokemon? Bro. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. There you go. Die. I was lucky I had that Pokemon. Actually, I probably would have killed him with many Pokemon. I can't believe we already trained them to almost 50. Jesus Christ. No, oh my god. No, we did fine. We did fine there. Let me put the water scene back. What do you mean no? We did fine there. We did fine. Everything was fine. We earthquaked him. We already versed that guy. Okay, we're going the right way. We've also explored everything, which is nice. Jesus, why are there Deoxyses here, bro? Oh my... Okay, Earthquake. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna heal up. I'm not taking risks against more of those stupid Pokemon. See, that's why Nuzlocks are still scary sometimes. Oh, next one we're gonna do a shiny lock though. That should be fun. Chest is 58. I know, right? Isn't that insane? Like, I wasn't even trying to train him and he just leveled up and stuff. You always miss the super potion? I feel like I ran out of super potions. Like, I'm stupid, yeah. I do miss them. Alright. I feel good now knowing I know where I'm going. I don't feel good knowing that Typhlosion's not getting any XP, but... It is what it is. I'm stupid though. I should have tried to go for the next Pokemon here. Before going all the way back. Underwater theme might work well for this cave. Let's see how it looks. Ooh, it actually looks pretty good. It looks like it kind of matches, so we're gonna keep this theme. New Pokemon, what are we getting? Oh, there's a... I went all the way back to heal, and you were here the whole time, girl. Are you serious? A Sableye! Sableye is actually not bad. Kind of bad though. I mean, ooh, we might be able to mega evolve him though, so that could be useful. What are his stats? I remember his stats being really trash when I looked. Let me look. Yeah, you see, like he really sucks. He only dives to fairy. His typing is really good. Maybe that's why his stats suck. Mega evolution is like, I don't know. I guess what does he learn? Could he set up? Does he have like toxic spikes and like? Is that the type of player he is? Because his speed is non-existent and he has a lot of defense. I don't know. What do I care? I'm not using him right now. His HP sucks though. Alright. We're not gonna catch you. Just Cosmic Caverns. Cosmic Caverns. And Sable Eye. We have a few more areas to catch Pokemon. I mean, we pretty much have our full team by now, so. Would you like a Pokemon battle? If you win, I'll heal your Pokemon. That's so messed up, bro. You're a nerd. No! Guys, Regirock has Explosion. At lower levels. I don't know if Regirock will have Explosion now. Are you serious? You're gonna kill my Pokemon and then heal no one because they're gonna die. Okay, we could Earthquake our way out of this. Regirock is a rock type, obviously. We need Genie, yeah. Or having a type that's not affected by that, but... Alright, we're just gonna have to Earthquake and hope it kills it. Ugh! Okay, it used Iron Defense. Whoo! You won! Yeah, and you have a freaking Regirock! Jesus Christ. Oh, this looks so cool. Cosmic Caverns. I'm assuming that's the way we have to go, so we'll go this way first. Ooh, Lucario. Bro, this game keeps teasing me. The second Watch, I'm gonna run into Lucario like every second now. Bruh. This is what happened before. A good place to train, though. Ooh, Tyrogue is a cool Pokemon. Bold guy. Earthquake, you're faster. Yeah, that's a double Earth. Are you delayed, bro? That happened like 2 minutes ago. No. Okay. Actually, there's a lot of different Pokemon here. Oh, look at that level, bro. I want that XP from a... Oh, look at that. Oh, level 42. Jesus. This is a good place to come train later. We'll put Seahorse up front just because she's lagging behind level-wise. It's like I'm really walking on an alien planet. True. This does look cool. I'm starting to think I went the right way now. Does this just link to the area before? I have to check all the rocks, bro. This game has so many rock things. Poor Sucky. Bro, I hate Sucky. We used that Pokemon in a previous round. Jesus, I forgot his name. That's how much I hate him. I don't hate him, but... Jesus, Swords Dance. Hey, my dog's back. Dog cam? Dog cam? Let's put the dog cam on. What's up, bro? Ooh, the color matches... No, it doesn't really match. Dog cam, yeah. Don't lick your butt, bro. Not in front of the people. Ooh, he's getting into view. He knows you guys are watching. Look at that. Do we have anything here? This area is so large. Aliens. Pokemon are aliens. Okay. Oh, he has fossil Pokemon. I was about to say that kind of matches like the type person he is, but then I realized it's literally randomized. Salamence. I believe in you, Ice. Tank that Dragon Claw, bro. Just Icicle Crash. Yes, he didn't miss. Want to become famous? It's not delayed, you just don't read. Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks for the ban, though. Thanks for banning. You quick. Yes, level 48. Relicanth. There's a lot of fossil Pokemon. It's interesting. Probably could have killed him with someone else. I'm kind of getting tired of Woodhammer. It's too much recoil damage. Wow, this area is probably good once you get Waterfall, which I think is after the next gym. Let's get some XP here. Good place to train, though. Yo, Sai, what's up, bro? How are ya? I read. I'm just slow sometimes on reading. I'm sorry. Oh, I was about to say we have to... This is actually an amazing place to train because we could literally just Use her to heal up. Use her. We're using Whammon. Caspi, get in frame more. Come on, bro. It's not nice. You better take it right before I all fall down. We all... How you doing, Sai? He's like, I'm good. Wow, what a puzzle. Ooh, a Seadra. I think that's the right way, so we're gonna check out every... Show me the Gem Goblin Sableye. Wait, if I caught a Sableye, would she have done something? Are you serious? Did I just screw up? Whatever. How would I have known that? Women belong in the Pokemon Center. In class? Oh, so not doing too well. Okay, well, I'm... hi. Let's surf. Surf is always nice, because it's surf. Azurill. I really don't want to use... I want to use someone that has electric moves. But we don't have any electric move. You know what? I'm just gonna Dragon. Wait, Dragon doesn't affect you? Why doesn't Dragon affect you? That's so weird to me. It's fine. Okay, bye. It's okay, see you, Sai. Oh. Oh, Mareep. Azumarill is like a Pokemon you always get type of thing, though. Wouldn't be too excited if I got it, to be honest. I mean, it would be awesome, but yeah. What was it? Quillfish? That was Dragon Pulse again. Ugh, Revenge. Well, he's a special attacker, thankfully. Dragon Pulse is special attack, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Ooh, we could get out of the cave already. Or... Jesus, look at these Pokemon. Oh, randomized are so cool. Or we could explore more. Golem. I didn't... You have no electric. I know. I want an electric move. I mean, it's not necessary, obviously. Because I have Ice and Rock to take out flying, and I have Grass to take out water. What else electric takes out? Water. Electric takes out water, flying. That's it, right? So, Repeat Ball. The most useless ball in Nuzlocke. Cosmic Caverns. Okay, this goes pretty far. But before I do anything dumb, should I heal my guys? Should I go back and heal? I don't know, this seems kind of sussy baka type of... What the hell? This is such a weird area. There's gonna be a legendary here later or something? That was interesting though. This is actually smaller than I expected, but really cool at the same time. We could come back here to train. I'll probably train all our guys to like level 50. Ooh, Edishore Reach. Oh no, we already caught some there. I thought maybe it was Edishore or something else. No items there. Interesting. I wouldn't want to Shroomish anyway. Yeah. Oh, indeed. Don't tread on the ground like that. You disrupt the topsoil. Don't tell me how to live my life. We're gonna Dragon Pulse you. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I literally could have water. I always think the stupid Pokemon is a water type because it's a literal crocodile, but no, it's not. I don't remember what type it is though. Let's just go with Ice. It's like rock or something, right? It's not Aerialite. Stop swaggering. Jesus, he's so fast. I'm scouting the area for fossils. It isn't helped by kids stomping around in the dirt. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, what an asshole. Okay, I want to get to, like, a Poke Center already. I don't like this. Swag. Rayquaza! Oh, the sexy Pokemon. Maybe I should have Dragon Pulsed. Jesus, the Pokemon here are insane. We're gonna use him because he's full health right now. I don't want to double battle. We'll explore more of the land. But first I want to get to the area. Genie, I know, right? We're gonna fly. I'm just curious what he'll do. Agility? Level 40 has agility, huh? Absol. Sexy Pokemon. Use Detect too, so that worked. Level 50, let's go. Our second level 50. What does he say? I'm so hungry. You know what I am? Really? One of them, Alolan Melacidus. Legend states that Edishore was formed by meteor striking orbits over a millennium ago. That's cool. Another cave? Are you kidding me? Oh, yes. No, I don't have the move on this setup on these Pokemon. Shit. Oh. Do I have to go through all of this just to get to the next area? No wonder that girl was there to heal. I'm gonna go use her to heal. Oh, this is actually a bit of a frustrating area. You're not that far away, though. Also, fast-forwarding helps. Bing! Oh, it's actually very close. It's closer than I expected. Now, if there's a PC here, that would be even better. So I could get Typhlosion back on the team, because Jesus. Having everyone is nicer. Hey, it's a Murkrow. Master Ball! I found a Master Ball! What the hell? Love when that happens. I'm gonna believe in Aladdin too, and I'm just gonna use Fly on I'm gonna use Fly on Clamperl, and then Ice is gonna Rock Tomb. I mean, I should be faster. I'm 10 levels higher. Yeah, there we go. And then we Rock Tomb you. Rock Tomb might actually kill Togetic, yep. Let's go. You truly outplayed us. I did. They talking together. Okay, so there's nothing here. Rayquaza, stop popping out. Jesus, I love you. Mech Mail. I still don't really know what a lot of those items are. I'm happy I checked that space, though, for, like, I didn't know. Oh my god. This connects you back to the water? Oh, I wish I had the stupid rock. I had the rock move on Typhlosion. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Do I fly back and then swim back all the way here? And replace someone else? I might actually do that because I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. Because if there's water here, that means... Oh, that means we just have access back to Prismos Island, I guess? I don't really know what that means. It looks like Edishore Town. It looks like we're close. We're just gonna push. We're just gonna push. And then we're gonna come back here and explore a bit. Oh, we need strength. Do we even have strength in this game? Yeah, we don't even have strength yet. I don't know if they give it to you later or... This looks like it's on the way to Victory Road or something. What the heck? Okay, so there's nothing here. Which is... I'm kind of happy. It's less to explore. Less for me to remember because I'm an idiot. Let's see where this falls down to. Oh. Okay, so we clearly need strength. Okay. It looks like the only way to progress here... Oh, I was like, does that count as a new Pokemon? Is to get back down and use Surf and maybe discover something else. So we're just gonna fly back to Prismos Island right now. First of all, did all the guys come back? I wonder, or is everyone gonna meet up at Edishore? I guess everyone's gonna meet up at the shore. Na. Nope, don't go in. That's what she said. What did I want to do again? Oh yeah, let's get Typhlosion back. Oh, stop it! I'm so stupid. Wait, did I heal? Oh, I might as well heal. Okay, who do we replace for Typhlosion to get some XP? Because we still do need to dive, unfortunately. We could teach dive and then get rid of that, but that seems a bit annoying. Everyone here is kind of useful. I mean, Charizard is basically a better Typhlosion. We'll take out Charizard for now. Sorry, Aladdin. I really hope we won't need you. Chest is over leveled though. Yeah, but like, what do I do against water type Pokemon for super effective moves? I don't need to use super effective moves, obviously, but like, I would rather, you know. I'm an idiot. Yeah, fly. Ice for water? Ice is not very effective against the water. But you mean like use ice for water? Yeah, no, that makes sense. But then I don't... So you're saying to basically take out Kingdra. I could do that. And then teach him Surf. Oh no, he has Surf already. Ice for water. Yeah, it's a bit risky, I guess, but... We don't have many choices, so... I mean, I hope we could just get to the city without needing to use dive. I kind of don't like that they made dive really weak in this game, it feels. I remember in previous games it was stronger, or maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm remembering it differently. I think it's 80 attack here and physical. Let's see. It's 80 physical, yeah. Maybe that's right, actually. It's just not useful for King Draw, unfortunately. Wait, where do we go here? Anata flamingo. Hey, there we go. Another Groudon. Jesus, get away. Ice for... yeah. Okay, at least I remember the route. It's not a hard route to forget, though. Or to remember, rather. It actually doesn't take long. Like, I forget how much faster it is when you could just fast forward through everything. It's still gonna take a little bit of time, obviously, but... Oh, this is actually insanely quick. I just, you know, first time we explored the whole cave, so it was a bit different. It's a cool game. Gotta play more ROM hacks in the future. Before using this one, we did have access to this, which gives us an assault vest, which is nice. And then we have access to this. If we can't get anywhere with this surf, I'm gonna be a little lost. Another flame orb. Because... oh, this might actually be a dead end. Because I don't know where else we could go. Oh. Thunderbolt! We got Thunderbolt! Yes! I don't know if anyone can learn it, though. I feel like someone could learn it. No one could learn it. Oh, God. Kingshire might be able to learn it, actually. That would be cool. Oh, that was worth it, though, just to get a Thunderbolt. Possibly worth it. So, what are we supposed to do now? Oh, Jesus Christ, Gengar. Don't kill me. I don't actually know what to do now in this game. I could look it up, or you guys could watch me squirrel in pain. Squirrel in pain? Squirm in pain. The only thing I could think of is talking to the guy. Like, we have no access here because we need strength. Unless we gain access to strength before. Just train? Now, I don't feel like we need to train yet. I don't want to, like, over-train too much, you know? I want it to be a little interesting. Where to get strength Pokemon Gaia. I think I missed where to get it. Oh, Jesus. It's after the 7th gem. Never mind. Okay, so I'm definitely not screwing up. They don't give you access to that. Oh, Railu would be so sexy to have. So, it's something here, I guess. Because it's weird, they don't give you access to the other area either. Unless I missed one of the trainers and I had to train another one of these random swimmer guys. No. No. Oh, he lets me change it out. Well, thank God, bro. Well, I have to put someone else in front, because if we run into him, I don't want to die with Tofu. We're gonna put our beast up front, okay? Jesus, that could have been bad. Yeah, Genie pops up a lot, and he's scary. Yeah, I actually don't know where to go here. We versed all the guys, I'm pretty sure. What if we talk to our guy here? This is so cool. Okay. I mean, it is, but... Alright, let's... let's get back to here. Maybe there'll be something here that pops out. I'm assuming something will happen. Going dive in? So, when we talk to her, did you enjoy your tour? That assumes that the tour finished. It's so weird. I thought it would be more formal, like everyone would be together. That would be cool like that, but you know. I'm gonna have to rate this game lower now, just for that. Just kidding, just kidding. My assumption is now they gave access to Kado Surf Town. Oh, they didn't. Oh my god, no way. Is it one of those? Cut a tree or grass? Wait, is it one of those where you could rock climb? Okay. Because Cut actually cuts grass, which is so cool. I want to dig. I want to see what he does. I'm going to dig again. I want to see what Ooh, Paris song. Jesus. That's not a good move. Dumb. Oh yeah, I'm dumb. Watch this. Watch this. You ready? Look how cool this is. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm done. Dumb. I don't know where to go now, actually. I'm gonna have to look this up online. Come on, game. I believed in you. Because we don't get access to strength yet. The only thing I could think of is, for some reason, the game forces you back into, excuse me, this area, and the guy's not running anymore. Wait, that would make sense, because then you have Edamist. We'll have access to Edamist Heights, and then we could go from the other side. We're gonna try this. If this doesn't work, then I'm gonna cry. No, if this doesn't work, then I'll look it up online. Fate has suddenly found me. The voice is all I heard. Wait, where was the guy? I don't remember where it was. Oh my god, he's still... How long can you run there? He's not here. I'll tell you what to do, JK. Nah, I'm gonna look it up at this point. I don't know. Distance in the rain. Thanks for watching my AMV. Yeah, no worries, bro. No problem. I liked it. You don't know either? Yeah. I figured. Alright, let's see. Pokemon Gaia. Gaia. Pharaoh Ruins. Okay, there is a guide online for it, which is pretty cool. Not a great guide. What is this? Oh, it is a good guide. Never mind. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. So, memories around it. Technically, we're around here. I don't know if it's in order. You know what? Let me just look it up. Where to go? Dive. I sound so stupid. Cosmic. What is it called? It's called Cosmic something. Give me a reason. Don't ask me to sing. What is it called? Cosmic what? Cosmic Cave. I'm gonna assume it's cave. Because everything's a cave. Cosmic Caverns, though. The Clefairy from the Meteor Festival retreats here after it is startled. What? What? What the hell? Go to the top side of the cavern? Okay. Gaia. Yeah, Gaia. What is the time in New York? It is currently 1:42 a.m., baby. 1:42 a.m. What is the time for you, Nico? Edishor. Such a child. Such a child. This game's actually so cool. I know I'm saying this a lot, but I really like it. Yeah, so we obviously don't have access to this yet, which is a bit annoying that we have to go back here, but it is what it is. Let's do the whole thing all over again. Distance in the race, with me reason. Oh my god, can you like... There we go. Oh, there we go. Jesus, Deoxys, stop it. Oh my god. Deoxys! Oh! He's level 36 and he almost killed me. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? Oh my god. Run, please. No, I wasn't gonna risk a run, because if I risked the run, he could have died. That was... Thank God I didn't run, bro. What are you talking about, run? Bro, what are you talking about? Where's the super potion? Oh, there it is. Wait, now I don't need a super potion. Now I need a hyper potion. Oh, but I already wasted the super potion. That might have been dumb anyway. Alright. Jesus, freaking Deoxys, bro. Like, technically I could have versed it, but... Chest survived. Jesus, that was scary though. That was actually scary. Okay, they said to go to the top. No. No, Gengar. Genie, you're too scary. There might be a place to go in here. Probably could have one-shotted though. With Shadow Claw, it's possible, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea. 10:44 there? 12:44 p.m. Oh. What you doing? Did you eat lunch yet? 10:44 for you, Diego? Yeah, I knew that. 3 hours behind, bro. I don't know why I had to count it. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I forgot about the nurse. Okay, so it seems like I might have had to go this way. And I just freaking, like, forgot an area somewhere here. That's what it seems like. But I don't see it. There's supposed to be a Pokemon here. Like, I don't know if I'm dumb, blind, or dumb. Scatanai, I see. We're just gonna dig out of here. We could gain access to the other cave. It could be hidden somewhere in the other cave. Like, that's my only assumption at this point. It's either that or it's here and I missed it. Oh my god, I thought I was blocked in for a second. Go through the I don't have. Yo, imagine you could go through the waterfall. I don't think that's a thing. That would be cool. Cause the thing online didn't say that, so. Where is it? It would be cool. That would be sick. Yo, let's try. Nah, I'm pretty sure you can't. I'll try No, Regirock, please. We'll go to the other cave. My only assumption is that they would want you to go as far as you can, and then that's when something would happen, you know? Like, why would they lead you all this way? You know? Oh, not this way. Swear we got a freaking Master Ball. But, hey, let me run away. Bro, let me run away, you stupid Gengar! Oh my... I'm Shadow Clawing you. Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna Shadow Claw him from now on. Because apparently that works and I'm stupid. Okay, so... We're gonna try here. What if we get something cool? I'll try it later because we're gonna get Waterfall later, so... Okay, I don't get this area. Maybe I just missed it? I'm retarded, or Okay, I have to look this up again because I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid for this. Okay. So many things open. Okay, let's just close all that out. Edishore. Custom cameras are located in Edishore. The Clefairy from the Meteor Festival. What is this Meteor Festival? Stuck in Pokemon Gaia. Yes! Another noob. Let's read. I defeated the Prismos, defeated thugs, battled rival, and got dive. Where am I? Yes, that's me! Head to the next town. You'll find the next step. I didn't see the right side path after getting out of the cave. No way am I that stupid. Well, I think I know where it is now. No way am I that... Oh my god, I completely forgot about this spot. I wanted to ignore it before. I am an idiot. I ignored it because I was scared of the trainers here. I'm actually an idiot. Oh my god. Can we get a yeah, IQ minus for that for sure. Oh my god, bro. I was scared. I was like, ooh, I don't want to verse this trainer yet. Jesus Christ. Bruh, indeed. I'm actually an idiot. I'm like the biggest idiot. I don't know how you guys still watch me.
Monkey do bad.
A Pinsir. How many Pinsir? Ooh, Audinite. That's
bad.
actually different. Monkey do very bad, bro. Double. Oh my god. Really? Now we need Rock Smash? Is there a way to go over this? Ugh, why does everyone have a stupid Mesprit? Psychic won't kill him. But it's a legendary. Do we change out? I just flamethrower you. Ha, you failed. I didn't pay attention to what move you were using. Unknown. Ooh. The game said that there might be unknowns here, so it's cool that the randomized people were. Ooh. Okay, so the water doesn't seem to lead to anything. Yeah, the water doesn't lead to anything. This is a long route, and I just skipped this guy by accident. All right, let's verse him. Unk. Yeah, or as they call them, Unk. Yo, Tofu's actually beast. Helios. You know what? We could verse Helios with flamethrower. And Ashore is having its Meteor Festival. Oh, I just got spoiled for the game because I'm an idiot. Oh, we finally made it. Oh my god, that took forever because I'm an idiot. Sorry that you guys had to watch that. Welcome to Edifor Flowers. Come back soon. F you. I want a flower. Sorry, kid. Oh, come on. No one's selling anything? It's starting. Let's get some game music in here. I want to see if... Oh, I've heard this in, like, Emerald, I think? This song. Imagine a guy named FU. I feel like that could be a name, though. Is Dad bragging about the bridge again? I don't know, I'm talking to Son first. Have you seen Gyarados Bridge? It's only life's biggest accomplishment. I do want to see the bridge. Finally, a Pokemon Center. Oh my god, it's one of those, Okay, the music is not that, crazy here. The game music. I've got it all figured out. A way to scam the system. I got my old lamb to lend me some money. I buy stones from that dude's stall and crush them into shards. Then I use the shards to teach my Pokemon super rare moves. What? I don't think that's gaming the system. Ooh, this is good. I just got chills for Gyarados Bridge. That should be really cool. Hi there. Oh, someone who actually sells stuff. I don't think we'll need Ultra Balls. We'll just buy... Let's get 30 because that just sounds good. We're gonna buy more Hyper Potions. Max Potion might be better. Full Restore is definitely a must later on. I don't want to buy too many though. We definitely need more Antidotes. Burns. Oh, we have a lot of Burns. We have Awakenings. Oh, we actually have enough of everything. We don't have a full heal, which is a bit weird, so we'll buy a few of those. I don't want to spend too much money because I'm Jewish, but I think that looks fine. Did you know a member of Orbis' Elite Four hails from Edishore? That very same trainer is my son. Oh, that's so cool. And yet you live in this stinky house. I'll make a ROM hack where you can buy a gun and shoot Pokemon to weaken them and catch them. Do it, no balls. Why? Come on, we don't want to miss it. Ooh. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Come on, we don't want to miss it. The Meteor Festival. Let's go. I'm excited. Is there any... There's no secrets here? Okay, fine. That's fine. They just stole music from other games. Mostly, I think.
Welcome to the 200th Annual Meteor Festival. Only a few generations, the Fairyland was stood on was plummeting through space. Then a shore Clefairy will perform the Meteor Dance. Let us watch.
Oh, jeez, is that a shiny? Why does it have those green ears? Are we supposed to... Oh, why have you halted? Ooh! Oh my god! Oh, I thought I got scared from me. Jesus, what's going on?
It's an earthquake.
You can't be serious. I traveled miles. This is the worst festival ever. You suck, old man. The hell's not his fault? No, old man. I'm sorry, bro. I'll help you out, bro. Aw, I just got chills. I feel bad for this guy. I mean, it's just an NPC, but... Come with me to my house? No, I want to explore the city. Okay. Poor old man. He's fine. An annual dance is performed. This dance has been observed. Attempts to approach dancing has startling them. Oh, it might be because I was trying to approach him. The retreat. This explains where our Clefairy fled, but it doesn't mention to where. Legends state the Cosmic Caverns. Bro, I explore those like the back of my hand, bro. I know where to find them. Can I steal any of... Oh, you could read the book? The first setting of Clefairy is in the Kanto region's Mount Moon. Arrived after the meteor impact of Edishore. That's so cool. How they made it like sound like that. This is literally what the old guy said, though. Yes, no. Ooh. No way. I'm not one for big parties. I'm not... Yeah, me too. Let's train our Pokemon together. Retro mail, whatever that is. Do you give me anything? This news about those new elders. What if they wake up Regigigas? You're the only one that thinks that. Everyone else in this game is stupid. What the heck is this? Observatory. Cool. Oh no, without the Clefairy, I won't be making my sweet, sweet money. So honest. You must be very brave to volunteer to rescue it. Yeah, the game just told me to do it. I would have done it anyway, I guess, but... Ooh, Gyarados bridge. Oh, we actually have access to the bridge. Oh, this is so cool. Alright, we're gonna explore that soon. This is actually really cool. We already have access to, like, 2 different areas here. Let's see what this is. Ooh, fossils? I wonder if you could do the fossil stuff here. Gyarados Bridge. Received this cast form from some colleagues. I'll trade it for a Shuckle. I don't got a Shuckle, bro. I think convincing us with... That's in the city east from here. Oh, that's so cool how there's different labs and he's like, yo, you're confusing us. I bet I can read your mind. This guy only uses Magnemite. Oh, okay. Yeah, reviving fossils? Not here. Oh, this is so cool. Oh yeah, the professor does that. I'm so stupid. It's like they're reminding me that I'm stupid. Oh, can we steal this? Can I steal this? It's a meteor. I can't steal it. Oh, it's just a regular PC. Our analysis of the Jade ore you sent us has alarming results. Reacts to the meteor. Could this have something to do with Rayquaza? Oh my god. That could be for this game or for a future like rendition, like update of this game. Yeah, I just got chills. I freaking love Rayquaza. Best Pokemon. This is cool. Telescope is on the roof. It's daytime, so the telescope is offline. You can see some on the... There is our store servers. Why are you letting me access your server room, bro? Rayquaza has the best stats ever. True. He's above Uber, from my understanding, because he's that good. Even more mega... Yeah, mega Rayquaza at least. Oh, you got ads? Oh. Gengarite! Oh. I read it. Bro, I read so quick, I read it already, and you say I read so slow. The ad finished? You say I read so slow, I read it like a while ago already, bro. I read and responded to everything so quick. I said, yeah, Mega Rayquaza is above Uber. Like, he has his own category of Uberness. I freaking love Rayquaza. And also, we just got a Gengarite. Oh, which is, you know, kind of sad. Alright, before we go to Gyarados Bridge, I want to see if this guy lets me go here. The Clefairy escaped? Well, it didn't go this way. Oh, but he still gives me access to this. Cool. Headed to Windmist, this bridge connects to the mainland. What the heck? Whoa! Oh, we have access to the other side of Frostbite Cave. I'm pretty sure... Oh, this is what Edmist Heights was then. This is cool. We already caught Pokemon here. Oh, he gave me a fossil. I mean, we don't really need fossil. They're not randomized, so... technically, a new Sword and Shield Pokemon has the best stats, but it doesn't count since you can't use it. What, Meltan? Where did I just go? Your style is like so lame. I'm actually offended. That's funny. Heatran, Jesus. I forgot to change my Pokemon. Wait, I literally changed. I'm freaking out. I'm playing really dumb. Okay. Let's fly. I'm curious to see how much fly does. It's not very effective. Let's Shadow Claw. Let's Shadow Claw. Jesus. Lapras. What level Pokemon she has? Level 40. No, Eternatus. Eternatus is like a freaking god. Yeah, Meltan is only in Pokemon Go, right? Oh no, I think they released him on other stuff, but... 59, he's almost level 60. Just like, please don't stick around me, ew. How does she know that I was like ugly? Kind of hurts my feelings though. What does this connect to? Oh, Amulet Coin! We got an amulet coin. Yes, we need an amulet coin, actually. We'll give it to Ice, since everyone else has an item. What does this guy do? Do you see that cave entrance past the edge? Something tells me that doesn't connect to Frostbite. Maybe it's one of those secret temples? Yo, this guy's cool. He's, like, telling me. I mean, the creators are cool. This is a really cool area. I like it. Oh, he tells me, if you arrive with Jaw Fossil, you'll get a Tyrant. Well, I can't get a Tyrant, because I already have a Tyrant. I'm going to explore that area, but before I do that, let's get our guys back. Like, Jesus. We need our guys back. You should have gave it to Seahorse? Why? I think Seahorse had something on. I don't remember. Oh, Seahorse has nothing. Yeah, we'll give it to Seahorse, probably. Let's take out stupid Sucky. Thanks for diving, I guess. And yeah, we could give it to Seahorse. I feel like Seahorse is stronger. Tofu is the only one a bit below levels. Before versing the next big thing, I want all my guys to be level 50, but they're already nearing level 50. So I think we're okay, since we're exploring also like certain areas and stuff. Let's go here, change it to winter. We should have access to... Without Sucky, it's dead run. Yeah, exactly. What was that laugh? Wait, am I going to see the running guy here? Or is he gone? The running guy is gone. Finally. Freaking fascist. The whole game, I was waiting for him to leave. Okay, so what does this lead to? Ooh. Galaleatite. Alright, so this is actually... This literally doesn't do anything for us. There's no point of being here. But it's actually interesting to know that there's no point of being in this area. I like that. I like that. This game is interesting. Alright, so we've pretty much explored everything here. Let's go to the Clefairy. Save the festival. We'll put the water background on again. I think everyone's healed up. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to put him first. Yeah, let's put Seahorse first. Tofu's a bit scary first. Oh, I didn't even explore this area. Does this lead to anything? Well, I don't have Rock Smash either, so we couldn't explore that one thing, and it's probably just like an item. I don't know if that was a Master Ball randomized or not, because I feel like some items are randomized in this, and some aren't. I forgot what isn't and what isn't. What is and what isn't, though. I'm gonna assume he went to the other side of the cave. If he didn't, I could... I keep getting confused. My fingers are going crazy. I want a Pokemon where... wearing a dog. I have actual problems, like a Pokemon killed your wife and you want vengeance. What is it? What's that movie with that famous guy? Oh, you want it to be like that? What's that guy's name? John Wick? You want it to be a John Wick? Let's brine here, just for some easy XP. It's not bad, the XP we get, so... So I'm gonna assume that it went here or to the other area. It's a good... Oh! It is here! It disappeared. God damn it. I also put the wrong background. Oh, I'm supposed to sneak up on it. How does it keep going back here, though? Okay. We're gonna sneak up, okay? I'm gonna use game music. John Wick, yeah, John Wick. That's what I said, right? We gotta sneak up. Look the other way, stupid. Look the other way. Bro, he's doing it on purpose. Oh. Oh my god, bro. Stop. And then you are broke, so you become a Pokemon trainer. I want one where you're the bad guy, but there is a ROM hack where you could play as like Team Rocket or something, or like as bad. I'm really excited. I'm probably gonna play that eventually. Bro, what am I supposed to do, bro? Did it just teleport me out? Oh, that's actually really sick. I'm not gonna lie, that was really cool. Is there a way for me to break these rocks? Can Tofu rock climb? Oh. Can I use surf? Oh. Can I use cut? Then the bad guy scam me with a fake master ball. Rock smash! You're a genius. I think I'll have to get rock smash. God damn, this game is so annoying. Oh, I have to go get rock smash now. It's actually not that annoying to get back here though. So we're gonna go get rock smash. Turkey has it. Who do we take out? Take out Ice. I love how they give us a Clefairy in the beginning of the game. It's like Clefairy is one of the main things in this game. Jesus. I don't know why they did that. Alright. Oh, how much I would love to have you superior. Not really, but... we already have a starter. Never mind. Jesus, how am I this dumb? You know I'm this dumb with directions in real life? Like, no joke. You could ask one of my best friends. He's like... he laughs at me and went, oh, we could get this now. Elixir. Wait, do I have access to more? Oh, no, I don't. It was just an elixir. Might be a new encounter when you break crystal. True. That might be true, too, actually. I didn't even think of that. Kiru koto wa madaru ka boku ni dekiru. There's so much grass, it's so annoying. There we go. Stupid! Oh, let's go for an easy surf here. Wait, I could test this out. No! I can't use Rock Smash. Maybe on the big ones I could use Rock Smash? Nope. Now I'm confused. Am I supposed to take one step at a time? Like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to wait? I tried on the little rocks. It doesn't really work. There's a half-broken rock? No, there isn't. I'm pressing, like, A on everything. Yo, this game's actually complicated. If I could rock climb to this and then do something, that would be interesting, but... oh... stop running away. What if I come from a... oh! It just runs around the area. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. I'm a genius. No, wait! I think I'm supposed to walk. When I run, it like knows where I am. We're so dumb. True. I like that you used we over there. That made me feel good. Thank you. It's not that I'm so dumb. It's we're so dumb. I agree. Where'd he go? Imagine he just got tired of my shit. Bro, come on, my butt. Why would you... oh, he teleported me out. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make him run. Alright. Then we're gonna walk. Oh, there he is. There he is. We're not gonna run here. Bro! What? What am I supposed to do there? No. You gotta make it go to the crystals where it's cornered. Not like that. Oh. Oh, do you think if I push it this way, it's gonna go that way? No, it teleports me out if I do it too much. It's a puzzle, bro. I'm good at puzzles. My mom says I'm a genius. My mom says I'm amazing. I think you're right. I think I have to corner it. Where's it gonna go now? So it has a few times of walking around. So it depends which angle I... don't tell me the answer. I know how... is it scared from another way? Yeah, but where is it? Like, if I scare it here, it'll go to the other side? Or is it gonna teleport me out now? Yep. You know how to just scare it from another way? Yeah, I'm too dumb. I'm just gonna keep trying. Ooh, he teleports me out. Unless I go from the middle. Interesting. Let's lead him around. Oh, he teleports me out. Oh. So I have to go a certain way or else he teleports me out. Interesting. If I go this way, does he teleport me out? Yeah, so if I face him face on, he teleports me out. Okay, so I just have to keep doing this. I get it. I'm a genius. It only took me 10 hours to figure it out. Look, he's not gonna teleport me out now. What a loser, he keeps running away. Okay, now I think he's here. Or she. Jesus, that looks like a face too. You only have one spot to go, the icebergs. Right? Oh, I have to go around. Ooh, tricky game. Tricky. It's trying to trick me. Come on, just go down, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna save here because I don't want to screw up. And also, we haven't saved in like a few hours. Okay, you must be here. You must be here. Hey, I'm a genius. Pew pew! I'm a genius. Yo, can we get like a applause? Can we get some IQ pluses in chat for me? Alright, let's see. Thanks to the brave efforts of Pong, that's me. The show can go on, hell yeah. Welcome to the 200th. Oh, everyone came back to it. Why are you on your bicycle? Watch the show, bro. Oh, let's change the background. Hey! You're literally just jumping. Wasn't that amazing? Not gonna lie. I was mad, but that was worth it. He rocked my socks. That's what happens every year, the annual... That was so dumb, bro. You better give me something good for that. Yes. What the hell? Did I just get another Master Ball? Did I remove applause? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll add applause. I did that by accident. It is incredibly powerful. Yeah, I know. I found one already. No, there's more than one, bro. I have two now. Jesus. Oh, it feels good, man, bro. Let's go. Easy. Now you can use a Master Ball freely. True. Oh, it feels so good. I don't know why I went. Oh. Alright. Oh, I forgot about the Gyarados bridge. So. Oh, this is some cool music, bro. What the hell? What is this from? This is from one of the more recent games, I feel. This music sounds so cool. Alright. One of the coolest Pokemon music is from one of the newer gens, actually. Alright, let's see. We pushed this area. We haven't gone to Windmist Summit. So I wonder if we have access to this area now? I'm assuming not. No, we have gone here. We haven't gone to Rimewood Forest, though. Because we needed the item we have now, I think. Then we have Gyarados Bridge. And then Atsail City. Oh, I'm excited for Atsail City and all this. We're gonna ignore that for now. We're not gonna do Gyarados Bridge until tomorrow. Because I actually want to explore... I want to first see what's up here. I remember something being up here. Pokemon game where you can kill a Pikachu with a knife or something and sell its organs to the nurse? Jesus. You cray-cray, bro. Make it happen. Oh, I know why the thing is working weirdly now. Wait, I have to fix this. My sweetheart. You're not gonna see my face. You see, the other hide and show transitions have 4 seconds of hiding, but the underwater one doesn't. So I gotta fix that. I just put that. Show 4,000 milliseconds. And 4,000 milliseconds. Boom, I'm a genius. I'm actually not a genius, but I got it. My sweet... Stream looks so good right now. Ooh. Good. You know what that means, probably? I think I versed all the trainers here. I don't remember if I versed them all in this run, though. Stream looks good means that big streamers probably went offline. So it gives us the good, like, bandwidth or whatever it's called. Alright, so this is the area. When is a new encounter? We had a couple. We already had a bunch of new encounters, but I don't know. I feel like this is the team. We don't really need more. Ignis Roost. Did we catch a Pokemon here? Oh yeah, we did. Oh, I wish that was a new encounter, but it's not. Okay, we have Rock Thing now. Oh my god, what are these amazing Pokemon? We have Rock Climb. Ancient Power! Oh my god, actually good. I mean, Ancient Power is... Oh yeah, Thunderbolts. Yeah, no one could learn Thunderbolt. That's so sad. I don't know if it's worth teaching Ancient Power. It only does 60 damage, actually. But it could also raise stats, obviously. So, Electric type to replace Tofu. Yeah, I like having Tofu, though. I'm not gonna lie. What did I want to do? Do you remember? Oh yeah, I remember. You remember? To change the background. I feel like there was more here. So this was all that was at Ignis Roost. For some reason, I felt like there was more there. What I do know... Zygarde, Jesus Christ. What I do know for a fact is that we should... Oh, we need strength for this area. I remember now. This is gonna be really interesting. I think this is where the boss, where the big guy is gonna be. All right, so we can't do anything here, which means we have to go to Gyarados Bridge. Before we go to Gyarados Bridge, we're gonna train a bit. Okay. We're gonna get everyone. Jesus, why are you here, Turkey? You're disgusting. I forgot I brought you. Get out of my face. We're gonna train everyone to like level 50. I don't know, get close-ish to level 50 at least. See what we can verse. Poor Turkey. Nah. He's fine, bro. He's just a loser. Damn, these are level 42 Pokemon in the grass, in the water though. It's kind of a big level. Thanksgiving moment. How was your Thanksgiving? Wait, when is Thanksgiving? I don't remember. Oh, Thanksgiving is this month, right? Thanksgiving. Oh yeah, November 25th, yeah. I get confused with Thanksgiving and the one in Halloween sometimes. I'm an idiot, alright? Let's just keep it at that. Alright, these Pokemon are not giving good XP. I think Mienfoo will give decent XP. Nosepass should give decent XP. Yeah. Okay, this is the area. Superior is a scary Pokemon. We'll change into Tofu here. I actually want to train Tofu. I like... oh, Jesus. Dragon Pulse. Oh, that did a lot. Oh, yes! That was good. Rayquaza is good. I don't want to go all the way back to heal, though. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. My birthday's on Thanksgiving? He's just a loser. You know who? Me. Wait, your birthday's on Thanksgiving? It is! I have it saved. I was like, is it actually? I don't remember that. I do remember that it's this month, though, because you share the month with Mac and, and Nathan. Yo, this area is actually frustrating to train in. They're too high level. I have to train where guys are like 10 levels below. Thanksgiving's different date every year. It's like the third Thursday or something every year, right? I should probably train somewhere where I don't need to go back every 5 seconds. Ooh, Dragon Pulse Demolish. I should be using Dragon Pulse more too. I forgot how insanely powerful it is. I wonder how much damage it'll... Ooh, you see, like it one hit KO's Gengar. Alright, serious? Come on, Murkrow. It's 4th Thursday of... Oh, 4th Thursday, right. That makes more sense. That's why it's November 25th. Ooh, Dragon Pulse one-shot KO. I wish that would keep happening against Rayquaza. That's some good, quick practice. Okay, I only have 3 of them left, though. Kind of... Fortress could be really... I'm scared of Fortress. Fortress actually demolished one of our recent runs, if you guys remember, so... Nope, I don't want to fight you, Fortress. Oh, these guys are 10 levels below. I'm stupid. Really? You didn't die, no spaz? There we go, level 50. I thought he learns something, but they're almost level 50. Ooh, a Gengar. Why'd I Earthquake? I think it might be annoying to train against Gengar here. Bro, come on. Rock Slide? Ooh, Rock Slide does pretty good damage. He gives a lot of XP though. Earthquake should kill him. Payback scared me for a second. I'm like, I thought of it as counter for some reason. Okay, Earthquake should... Oh, he has grass moves. He could actually kill me. But nope. Oh, he was faster too. I'm taking so many risks. Like, stupid risks. I'm just gonna go heal up. Black Clover! Do we Swords Dance into a Slash? I wonder how much Slash does. Rock. Oh, he used Bide. That could have been bad. Murkrow. Rock Slide should do good? Yeah. Murkrow is a good Pokemon to go up against for practice here. Ooh, Mianfu is fighting, which is actually super effective on us. Because he's part Steel. I'm feeling like an Earthquake will take him out, but I don't know, so... Yeah, Rock Slide against Gengar and Murkrow are the best ways to train here right now. No Fortresses. Jesus, no Rayquazas, please. I don't... Oh my god, I don't even want to think about Rayquaza. Rayquaza will be good practice for Ice, though. Sucker Punch is a bit annoying, though. Ooh, that was a lot of XP. We don't need Sandstorm. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Black Clover! We're gonna train them all to 50. And then tomorrow we're gonna hit Gyarados Bridge. First thing we're gonna do. Or, you know, still train them all and then hit it. Shroomis is... Maybe Mianfu is weak enough. Yeah, he is weak enough. So I could use Earthquake on him. Shadow Punch. That's a bit of an annoying move. Not against this guy, but... Earthquake is just so powerful. Not gonna verse Staryu. I mean, it's just a Staryu. Probably could have taken it out, too. Are you excited for your birthday? Are you gonna do anything special? Are you, Oh my god, how did I almost die? Wait. He used Shadow Ball. Oh, and I almost died. I had to look at the stream for the delay to see what happened. Staryu. Aw, thank you. That's sweet. You won't do anything special? How about cake? You can eat some, like, good cake at least? My god, they keep giving me such annoying Pokemon, bro. I mean, Fortress is not that bad. Nope. Let me escape. I'm not versing you asleep. Probably not cake. Oh, that's right. You gonna eat some nice spinach? How about, what? Do you get, like, gifts? Like, I assume you get gifts, right? Like, I assume you get gifts. Probably anything different will be people who I know online saying happy birthday. Ah, that's cool. Spinach cake. You're actually gonna have spinach cake? That sounds pretty weird, man. Superior, you're superior, so I'm not gonna verse you. Yes, Gengar. No! Oh my god! Stop missing! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! That's why Nuzlocks are scary when you don't have 100% accuracy moves. Especially hardcore Nuzlocke. Probably not get gifts, nothing big at least. Yeah, that was scary. If he crit hit, or if he used Pursuit when I was switching out, I switch out so that if I try to run away and I can't, like, I don't want that to happen. Like, that's worse, I feel. Nothing big at least. You're already old enough that you don't need to get gifts, right? One more Mianfu. Let's go. Oh, Haikyuu song. What a way to finish the stream. Let's get Ice. Wait, Ice speaks Rock? I just get no, Rock beats Ice. I just got stupidly confused with all that stuff. Fighting beats Ice also, right? Okay, there we go. That's a type we need to fight against. We need Rayquaza right now. Indeed. Yeah, bro, it's literally 5 hours. Alright, we're gonna run away. Fortress is actually a fortress. Maybe I should use it. Na 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 na. Couldn't run away. Are you serious? Jesus Christ. A little scared to train here. I should probably train somewhere slightly better. Pokemon are probably strong enough to hit the next area. We'll put Seahorse up front. We're gonna end stream there. Thanks for watching, guys. And yeah. I hope you guys liked the new rewards. It was fun to add them. I'm gonna put applause back, do some little other updates for tomorrow, and yeah. I'm sorry, Diego. I'm sorry. And for everyone else who was watching. The 2 people on stream liked the rewards. There's some people before that were liking it, before you came in today. Alright, good night, bro. Good night, y'all.